In the early hours of night, I opened up the app. There saw 1,000 fools online, all spewing
What's
out
up,
their clap
folks?
trap. Grabbed myself a coffee, said a prayer before the battle cracked. My knuckles cleared my throat.
Let's go. Smash like button, share live, do the things you need to do.
Were posting out their filth, they all were boasting. Every sacred thing worth holding, they were mocking and were roasting. With my Bible and my wit, I refused to let them sit. Trying to humble
Smash the like button. Let's go.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hunt the serpent, cut him down, expose him where he hides all the way through TikTok. Watch them fall tonight. First I found a skeptic who was proud of his rejection. Thought he'd studied all the text but couldn't pass inspection. Threw his little arguments like pebbles at a tower. Watched them bounce right off the walls and crumble in
Abby, is John handsome or does he just say he's handsome?
He's very handsome.
Muttered, fell apart like stale bread that was moldy, torn and buttered. All his followers went quiet when they saw him lose the riot on the rocky road to TikTok. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hunt the serpent, cut him down, expose him where he hides all the way through TikTok. Watch them fall tonight. Then there came a louder voice who loved his sin and pleasure, called the wicked things he did his freedom and his treasure. Said that God was just a myth, morality a prison, but he
My favorite thing is when the settings don't set it.
No, his confidence was cracking, any substance he was lacking. Sent him home with
Start the day by tossing a coin to your grifter. Amen. Hallelujah. God is good.
But I cooked him like a goose on the rocky road to TikTok. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hunt the serpent, cut him down, expose him where he hides all the way through TikTok. Watch them fall tonight.
That camera's all jacked up. It's not worse. The wall looks all wonky. Everything looks weird.
Now the coming started flying. All the heathens were uniting. Thought their numbers gave them power. Thought they'd send me into hiding. But I've read the end already. Know exactly how this goes. Every enemy of heaven always reaps just what he sows.
Let's go.
So they came in waves like
Asia.
vermin, but I stood there never squirming. Gave them each a turn to speak. Then
Oh, your
sent them
icon.
homeward
What's up,
burning.
bro?
One by one they bit the dust. Their arguments were rust on the rocky road to TikTok. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hunt the serpent, cut him down.
They're both the same thing.
Hides all the way through TikTok. Watch them fall tonight.
I'll get to my coffee eventually. I always have one of these in the morning. Liter of water, electrolytes, and creatine. Sometimes I put the creatine. Most of the time I put the creatine in the coffee. Creatine's in
battle
here.
isn't over, there'll be more of them tomorrow. More who think their cleverness can save them from their sorrow. But I'll be there with the truth, unmovable and steady. Every serpent.
That's why I have to use the
fool,
washroom so
I
much.
promise I'll be ready.
Let's get this thing rolling. Jizya, $2 from y'all. Thank you, sir. That's it. We need $2 from everybody. $2. I need my cup.
You got cooked without a sound on the rocky road to TikTok. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hunt the serpent, cut him down, expose him where he hides all the way through TikTok. Watch them fall tonight. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hunt the serpent, cut him down, expose him where he hides all the way through TikTok. Watch them fall tonight. Whack full only
What's up, guys? Hope everybody is having a good day. Smash like, do the things that you need to do. We're going to be doing the same topic we've always been doing. I don't know. I've been thinking about switching it, but I don't know what I want to switch it to. Maybe we'll do some polls today, and we'll see what's some good topics that we should start considering to do. One thing was the pro-life, pro-choice thing, but like, it's just we don't want to. That's the big reason. You can have creatine without working out. That's true. Yeah, that's true. I'm over here doing it. Hey, you. Thank you so much. What was I going to say? Oh, yeah. We got the 5080 finally, which is great. So hopefully the quality should be way better because I went into OBS. Now that I got the 5080, I cranked all the settings up and sent it out. So hopefully we should have crystal clear, beautiful quality. And we should have less dropped frames. That should be a thing. Less stutters and less issues. We'll see what happens, because we know I'm haunted by tech demons, but you know, I will not be here Friday as it is both my birthday and bachelor party. So here is 10 people's $2. Thank you, sir. And also congratulations on the birthday party and Everyone's got a birthday. I'm awkward today. And your bachelor party. That's what's up. Anything but Muslims. But it's what's hot right now, bro. Islamic apologetics is hot right now. It's hot. Yeah, anything but Muslims. I feel that in the deepest part of my core, bro.
Me too.
Deepest part of my core. Anything but Muslims. I would rather go to the dentist than have to have a conversation with Muslims. Bert, get. Yeah, don't yell at me. Get from the window. It's the one spot in the house he's not allowed to go, but he's really insistent on it. You can literally go anywhere. Anywhere.
Moderns do pure Mormons. Can you imagine?
I could do Mormons.
That'd be hilarious.
Yeah, but there's not enough. That's the problem. Not enough out there. You need it, like it's like religion. You got Christianity and Islam if you're going to debate, and then everything else is too small to really find people. And then you have to go really into political things or ideologues, one of the two. Did you catch the clip on the server freedom? No. No, what clip? What clip are you talking about? Honestly, that drew me to your channel, John. I need to break from. You came here because you're sick of Muslims? Maybe that's our niche. Maybe our niche is being not niched. Maybe that's our niche, ladies and gentlemen. We're so unniched, it's a niche. The worth $2. Trust me, bro. This is worth. It's absolutely worth $2. 100%. Sick of Muslim debates. I'm so sick of them too. They're so dishonest. At least with the atheists, they at least start on the presupposition that they're going to be honest. Muslims know they're lying when they come in. They know they're lying. They're making things up as they go. Atheists, most of the time start. They might get dishonest in the conversation, but they start with like, I'm going to be the honest guy here. They have that preconceived notion. So we'll take that.
John, what is your opinion about bachelor parties at strip clubs, etc.?
No. What are you talking about? No. Absolutely not. No, that's a big no. What are you talking about? Did anyone see Coley going into apologetics first full time? It's about time. He's been doing it for a while. Oh, that's a. I see what you're saying. Big pew pew. Is that a video? I don't know. That looks dangerous. What do you need that for? So we're not on TikTok because this would be a TikTok ban in a heartbeat. Well, what did I say? Oh yeah, I got it. The Muslim thing. I gotta be careful. Yeah, Muslims are great. Love them. No, we are live on TikTok. I gotta be careful. Honestly, if you could limit to American Muslims, might be better. I don't know about that. All right, guys. Abby, open up the shorts. Oh, no, wait, hold on. No, that's the end of the thing. Lord, thank you for this day. Thank you for the blessings. Walk with us. Be present with us. Give us good conversations. If we're not to have good conversations, give us the spirit and the strength to strike down the bad ones. In Jesus' name, amen. In the name of the Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit. God is good. Today's topic is the same topic as always. Convince us to leave Christianity. If you want to start taking up guests, we need 20,000 likes on TikTok, and we need at least 50. Well, we already passed $50, so we're good on... We're good on YouTube. YouTube's holding us down, bro. They're always hitting the goals that we need to hit. Always hitting the goals.
Did you connect it?
What?
The shorts?
No. That's my bad.
Also,
there you go.
Facebook isn't working.
So both Facebook and Twitter are not working?
Yeah.
Well, thank God Kick reached out to us. By the way, Kick reached out to us to do a partner program, so we're going to be live streaming on Kick. I just got to set it up. I just got to do that. Did you hear the devil is going bald when someone asked him about it? He said, there's hell to pay. Ban him.
But don't actually ban him.
Maybe.
Because sometimes you guys do that.
Yeah, don't act.
If people pay money, they can keep their message.
Yeah, it doesn't matter what, unless they say something really crazy. But
Yeah,
most
really crazy.
Most of the time, if you money gives you like a get out of free jail card, pretty much the only thing that's going to get you like permanent banned is my wife. If you say something about my wife in a super chat, or if you say something about Christ, those will get you the ban.
What do you mean, you guys? Just,
My brain.
Those
My brain is not
those who,
braining. Hold
who
on.
do it.
What? Those who what?
If you don't do it, it's not aimed at you.
It is center, but it doesn't feel like it's center in my brain. Maybe because I keep leaning this way.
Did you read the super chat from Shorts?
No, I didn't. I don't have it. What does it say?
You prepared song for being early, please. What does that mean?
I have no idea. Well, say it again.
You prepared song for being early, please.
I don't know what that means. I'm sorry. I wish I could help you, but I have no clue what language you're speaking.
Is there a song?
My brain is just off
Is
center.
it like
yeah.
Be Prepared? Did you make a song like that? You were going to.
Be prepared.
Because you love that song.
It is a really good song. I don't know what you're talking about.
I don't know what song he wants.
Oh no, are you talking about? My opinion is also no, but my friends, they keep telling me it's the best experience ever, especially if you tell them that you are the groom.
Are your friends Christians?
Okay. Here's the thing. Your best experience ever as the groom is to go look at a whole bunch of naked ladies that are going to go grind up on you, right? Get you sexually aroused. Careful, TikTok. I'm condemning this. And do a whole bunch of things you shouldn't be doing. And they're going to push the line because you're the groom. All the focus is going to be on you. You're cheating. I don't know how you can't explain to me how that's not cheating. Your wife seems lovely and a good person, but John, you are the bigger steal. Am I? It's funny because we're both steel and I'm bigger. Being fully honest, my prior to being Christian, strip clubs are not all they're hyped up to be. As somebody who also used to not always be a Christian and actually used to work at one, they're not. They're not. And no, I wasn't on the stage. Unless I was setting up the stage. Let's just say I took a few twirls around that pole a couple times just to see. Oh my goodness. You have a quick question about Revelation? Ask someone else. I'm not your guy. My groomsmen are preparing the whole thing, but they know me well, so I'm trusting them. I'd actually put a hard, fast rule that if they do that you're not going to go, because that's not being honorable to your wife. Yeah, it is pretty gay. You're not wrong. If you look at a woman with lust, you've already committed adultery in your heart, I think it says, but yes, in your mind. In your mind. No. If Jesus said, I am God, he wouldn't be no different than Pharaoh and contradict the Torah. 3-in-1 God. Oh, wow. Well, he's got us, boys. Pack it up. Pack it up. Christianity's cooked. We're done. It's over. It's over. This is not center. Yeah, I'm paused. Yeah. What's...
Bless you.
I think that's better. I think so. And then just a little shuffle-arena there. Ow! Hit my elbow. Dante was really awkward in front of Lucifer. You can't say that Lucifer just couldn't break the ice.
You can say.
You couldn't break.
You can say.
You can say that Lucifer just couldn't break the ice. I don't get that one. John, you weren't supposed to tell anyone. Tell anyone what? Tell anyone what? What did I do? What did I do? Also, guys, we're at 4,000 likes. You need 20,000 likes. Come on. TikTok has really been slacking lately. Really been slacking. Like you guys used to hold me down. TikTok used to hold me down. That used to be the place to go. I'd have so many viewers, people smashing the like button, and now TikTok is like slacking. What do we got? 40 viewers on TikTok? It's crazy work. Crazy work. And that's because you guys can't smash that like button to send us out to the people that we need to get sent out to. It also might have something to do with switching the layout. There's something about those layouts that make a difference. Okay, hold on. I gotta switch all this so I can view, see what you guys are seeing. It's actually a little cold in here now. We got an air conditioner, but unfortunately it doesn't fit the window. A friend of us gave us one to use, but it doesn't fit the window. I'm not sure how I'm going to fix that. I'm either going to go get a new air conditioner at some point, or I'm going to find a board and just cut out the hole and stick it in. We'll see. I refuse to go to TikTok. Honest to God, I think listen, here's the thing. TikTok is very left wing. Very I noticed this because I just started doing Instagram Reels. I don't know why it took me so long, but Instagram Reels, my goodness gracious, it's polar opposite of TikTok. I go over there and I watch leftists just scream and yell and cuss and claim to be loving. It's so weird because they're just yelling at people, calling them every curse word in the book, saying why we should eat them and unalive them and do these horrible things to them, and then scream to be the most compassionate people in the world. Then I go over to Reels, and it's not much better. It's just the opposite. It's very laughing and joking and having fun, but in extremely racist ways. It's complete opposites, man. It's one side completely angry, claiming to be loving and caring and inclusive, and it's the other side extremely joyful and happy, doing the opposite, being extremely racist. They're complete polar opposites, man. So I guess people gravitate to the app that they prefer more. I hate them both. I laugh more over on what do you call it? Reels though. Way more. I laugh way more over there than I do. People are too miserable on TikTok. Too freaking miserable, bro. They're just constantly just mad and upset and talking about how they hate this other person so much because of whatever reason. It's always this person is awful. That's all I ever see. Never. And then it's only loving and inclusive if you agree with all their viewpoints. That's it. That's the thing about the left. They're only loving and inclusive if you agree with everything that they say. Christians, we got you up on that one. We're loving and inclusive even if you don't agree with us. That's the thing. We just tell you we don't agree. TikTok is exposed because they are the satellite on you like a hawk, have all your information on your device, needs to see all that. Yeah, I don't care. Everybody's got all my information. What are they going to do? What's this guy doing again for the 15th time? Checking out his YouTube studio account to see what his latest algorithm, or what is it called, metrics are at for the 15th time in the last hour. Oh, look at him. He's on Amazon again, looking at things he can't afford. Instagram is my favorite racism apps. Reels is completely unhinged. It's unhinged, bro. It's unhinged. But I think it's like a good unhinged. I can't tell yet. I can't tell if it's the good racism or the bad racism. Let me explain. There's a difference. The bad racism is when you actually think less of people because of the color of their skin. The good racism is when you roast people because you love them and you still just want to make fun of whatever quality they have. It doesn't matter. It's like your buddy who's fat. You roast them for being fat, but you still love them. Or your buddy who was too skinny. You roast them for being too skinny, but you still love them. Or then your buddy who's black. You roast them because they're black, but you still love them. That's the good kind of racism. The bad kind of racism is like, actually, the amount of smotsy propaganda I saw on Reels is crazy. I saw Schmittler thirst traps. I know. It's insane.
I was like, what? Somebody said that Sam McCool said that there are window covers that accordion, so the sides fill the gap for the air conditioner. So there's options out there for us.
What about up? That's my issue.
Oh, well, I guess you would fit. I don't know. We could look into it. Somebody
does he read chat? Absolutely not. He doesn't read chat.
KM Gilbertson, member for 4 months, said morning BGS and chat. Abby, starting to get into cross stitch. Any beginner advice? Start with something very small, like this big, and then get used to counting and like centering and all of that, and then do something bigger. Don't start with the big one because then you'll get discouraged. That's my advice.
True, I could tell you from experience. Yeah, 100%.
Oh yeah.
100%. What are we at, guys? 11,000 likes. You guys are really slacking. 20,000. Like, I could have done that myself by now. It's crazy. It's crazy. Can't wait till we can get better apps out there with better call-in features. There's so many better live streaming apps, but TikTok rules when it comes to call-in. The ability to just join up and have a conversation on TikTok outweighs everyone else. Everyone else, you got to like click a link, set a password, do this thing, have an account. It's all annoying, right? StreamYard, maybe the next best option, but I hate StreamYard with a passion. I was thinking about maybe just using StreamYard for the ability to get people to call in. It's actually, you got a little chill?
Little.
I'm thinking about closing the window.
Yeah, I think you close the window for a minute.
Close it for. Oh, it's not even open. I thought it was open.
Wow.
I still got a little chill. Wow, we went from like a complete. I got a sunburn because we had a heat problem. Now it's cold. Should have put on pants today. Did he just? Can you convince to stop? Yeah, sure. If you put $1 million in my bank account, I'll stop doing live streams. 1 million. I think that's fair. For at least, I'll stop for a year. A year. How hot is it in Canada today? It's not that hot, but it was up. We got up to felt like 35, I think. Which is, I don't know how many in Freedom units. I think 96 in Freedom units. TikTok call in needs better screening tools. That's true. That is very true.
It does. Yeah. Big time.
I'll do 2 for you to do a year of 24 hours. You'll give me $2 million to do a year of 24-hour streams.
That's insane.
Deal.
John.
Deal. You put that in my bank account, I'll do 24-hour streams. I'm not going to be awake the whole time, but I will be streaming. I will do a year, 365 days. I will not leave this room and I'll keep this on the whole time. You give me $1 million. You give me $2 million. And I'll keep my word. I'll keep my word because after that year, it might be the hardest year of my life, but after that year, I don't have to worry about anything ever again. What the heck is Aonis? Aonis. Here's the thing. I'll give you Apex did a really good job, and he might have got me until the end, which the part he didn't see the clip. Leafy 100% did not cook me, and I could prove this. All you have to do is give me the argument that he cooked me with. That's all you have to do. John sleep stream. Let's go. It's not going to be a sleep stream. No, even when you go on the toilet. Yeah. It's $2 million, bro. $2 million. It's just, I'm going to have a little combustible toilet and you're going to see me.
Oh my gosh. Please.
Why won't Jesus stop child cancer? Because you touch yourself at night. That's literally the only reason. If you stop doing that, he'd probably cure it. He would probably cure. I'm actually quite confident if you could stop doing it, it would be done. But you could just keep doing it. Misses the 365-day stream, watches 3 million hour video at 2 times speed the next year to catch up. That's crazy work. What are we at? 19,000 likes. We're almost there, guys. We can almost take a guest. John is spicy today. I'm spicy every day. Sometimes I just pull it back a little bit. Look at the usual Christian, folks. What I just said is very normal Christian behavior. Yep, 100%. John seems like the ask for forgiveness type Christian. I 100% am. TikTok speedrun ban percentage. I didn't even say anything. You're right. These atheists have no sense of humor. You know what the response to that thing I said was? What a weird thing to say. Justify children having cancer. Just shift the blame. These guys are so smug and pretentious. I'm definitely not normal. What are we at? We're at 20,000 likes. All right, guys. Did I do the Shorts Chat song? I didn't do it.
They're
Here, you get 2 seconds of it.
out to the comment section, into the trenches with no protection.
Striker, make sure Abby's links are posted properly.
And chaos reigns. The shorts chat battlefield where nothing remains. We march into the spam and the bots. The brain rot takes everyone we've got.
You're lying when you say you can't be convinced to stop worshiping Jesus. Well, the evidence is to the contrary, considering I've changed my perspective. I went from atheist to Christian. So there's your evidence. And then I've also switched my perspective within Christianity a few times. So the evidence is against you, my friend. How did I pick my particular version of Jesus? Well, I decided to go with the true one. I avoided the false ones and I went for the true one. Hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
Yeah, my name's Silas. I am 24.
All right, man. Can you convince me to stop worshiping Jesus?
I don't know. I was going to ask you what some of your load-bearing pins were. I actually used to be a Christian and am no longer a Christian, some sort of agno-atheist, something in there.
So what?
And I'm agnostic, atheist, or some combination there.
That's a contradiction.
Agnostic.
You know that, though, right?
One is a knowledge claim, one is a belief claim.
Yeah, so
that's why I don't think it's a contradiction.
Does God exist? Yes, no, or maybe? Or I don't know. Sorry, yes, no,
I
or
don't
I don't know.
believe that I have a way of knowing. Yeah, I don't know.
Okay, so you're just agnostic.
Sure. Excuse me.
I think I left my pen outside.
Flowed water wrong. So for me, like the thing that fell apart was biblical reliability. I'm not sure you can be a Christian without trusting Scripture to be God breathed in some way that matters. We probably agree on that. And I couldn't find anything that I would qualify as a fingerprint of God inside of it. Presumably you did, and I was going to ask you what makes the Bible set apart for you from another spiritual book, because obviously there's lots.
But the topic is for you to convince me, not for me to convince you.
So I'm trying to figure out where your load-bearing, where the seams are. Like, am I just supposed to pull and give an argument out, and that would be the goal?
Yeah, your goal is to give an argument, yeah.
Okay, so I don't think that the Bible has any indication that it was given by a divine being with more knowledge, power, or divinity than you or I. Therefore, I don't think Christianity makes sense.
Okay, that's a
Would that
conclusion.
qualify?
Yeah, that's a conclusion, though. What's the argument? How do we come to this conclusion, and how does it prove that Christianity is false?
Sure. So the Bible, the Gospels do not fully align on the exact story around Jesus. And by, as far as I can tell, every scholarly consensus are written at least 40 years later in the case of Mark, after Jesus. Therefore, there were at least 40 years of, verbal transmission and everything else before Mark would have been written, making it a not reliable source for truth that I would be comfortable basing my life on.
Okay. Is 40 years after the dating of an event happening in historicity considered non-reliable?
I think that depends on your standard of evidence. I would say absolutely. That's tough.
In historicity, like the historical method.
I see. So you're saying, is that by scholar, like just some sort of common standard, is that considered unreliable?
Mm-hmm.
I guess I don't know that answer. I don't know what I could compare that to.
The answer is no. It's actually extremely early. Most texts are not that early within historicity. So if it's good for every other historical event, why is it not good enough for Jesus?
I don't think that it's good enough for me to, because most historical figures, you're not basing your entire, eternal salvation, whatever it may be, on it.
So it's special pleading?
No, I don't think so, because the standard of evidence would be higher for something that there was more risk regarding. Does that make sense?
No.
Like, I think the standard of evidence for Jesus versus Plato or even Socrates would be exceedingly higher because of the effect that it would have on my personal life.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, but can you make the argument for why that's the case? Because it seems to me that evidence is evidence, right? You can't special plead for specific scenarios because of your preferences.
Okay. So I would also argue that the 40 years later, I'm totally shifting here a little bit. We don't know who wrote it. And that also adds another layer to it, whereas most other things in historicity, we do know who wrote the document that we would be counting as reliable.
That's actually not true. A lot of documents, we don't know who put the pen to paper. There's a
And
lot
so
that
we
we
just
do.
trust.
There's a lot that we do when we look at the internal critique of the document to see if it's giving honest and truthful information. But also, you just said we don't know who wrote it. How do you know we don't know who wrote it?
I've never been able to find anyone who claimed that we did know who wrote it. Do we know who wrote Mark?
Yeah, Mark did. You just said it.
That was interpolated at a later date, though, according to everything I could
but
find.
again,
I've literally never found someone
just
who claimed
drawing
otherwise.
you're just drawing these conclusions. How do you know we don't know who wrote it?
I would have to find someone who explained who wrote. Like, just because the document is labeled Mark in obviously a KJV or an ESV or whatever, doesn't mean that it was written by Mark. I would have to find some evidence of why we would know that, right?
Yeah, just because it says Mark doesn't mean it's written by Mark. But what reason do you have to believe it's not written by Mark?
I think that I'm comfortable saying the burden of proof would lie on finding a reason why it would be written by Mark.
Burden on proof is somebody making a claim. You said we don't know who wrote it. That's your
claim. Is that
so
it was written by Mark.
is on you.
Okay, so I have to go find proof that it was not written by Mark in order to attack that. Okay.
Well, that's correct.
Okay.
Yeah, if you say a claim, you say we don't know who the authors are, right? That means you've taken the position, so you actually have to substantiate your claim.
Okay. I think I'm comfortable running with that. I'm going to go and do my own homework and come back and see what I can do with that. But the things I took away, 40 years later is not considered problematic in historicity. Burden of proof is on me to, in some way, prove that Mark was not written by Mark. Mm-hmm. And that might be the only two takeaways I've got so far.
So a few things I say. First is that the Gospels are not the only documents of Jesus, right? When we're talking about like historical perspective, we have like 1 Corinthians, which dates within the writing within like 10 to 15 years, the Creed within 1 year. So we have earlier sources that go back to Jesus' and death and resurrection.
What do you mean by the Creed?
The 1 Corinthians 15:3 is a creed. It means that it's written in
a
certain
specifically.
way.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
So it's a creed that dates pretty earlier. And I forgot the second thing that I was going to say. But yeah.
Okay. I can work with that. Thank you.
All right, man. God bless. Mm-hmm. Seemed like a nice guy. It's a good start. Yeah, I liked him. Good start to the day, ladies and gentlemen. Good start to the day. Priority is going to be given to people who come in on the... Oh. And it's just Striker.
Just checking to make sure shorts work. That's it.
Wait, you're short?
It works.
Is that what you said?
Yeah.
Oh. What's that like?
The shorts chat works. That's what you asked me to do.
No. I asked you to check to see if Abby posted the right links. Not to actually join
I clicked the link and it
like
brought
if
me
she
here.
if she just posted join. That's what I meant. I didn't mean click the link.
Just boot me. Just get me out of here.
That was like, right there. I'm not gonna do it.
Hey, how you doing, brother?
Hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
I'm 32, brother. You?
I'm good, mate. I'm 35. Can you convince me to stop worshiping Jesus?
Yes. Jesus says in the Bible, "I'm going back to my Lord and your Lord." If he's Lord, why is he talking like that?
That's a question.
That's my question. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not here to answer your questions. If you got questions about Christianity, I recommend your local parish or pastor.
They can convince me to stop worshiping Jesus, and I ask you a question about Jesus, and you don't want to answer me.
Correct.
Why?
Yeah, because it's not here. If you got questions about Christianity, go to your local priest or parish or pastor.
It's about convincing you to stop worshiping Jesus, right? If Jesus says, "I'm going back to my Lord and your Lord," how is he Lord
I'm
then?
just curious. Have you ever tried to convince somebody of like your favorite food?
This is running. This is clear.
Have you ever tried to convince anybody of like your favorite food?
Am I not convincing you right now by saying that Jesus isn't Lord?
Still not the question. Have you ever tried to convince somebody of like your favorite food? Like, hey, you should really eat this food. right? You ever try to do that? Like you just like have your favorite food. Usually when you have like that aspect of like you want to convince somebody of something, you don't ask them questions about it. You don't just be like, hey, you should eat steak. You should eat steak. Just think. Let me ask you a question about steak, right? You don't like cows, right? I know you don't like cows. You just told me you don't like cows, so now I know you want to eat a steak.
Don't be scared. Just answer the question, brother.
I said no.
Oh, be quiet. Why you cannot answer? Then then you are honest.
That's gaslighting. That's literally gaslighting. Answer the question. No. Oh, you can't do it? That's gaslighting. By definition, the literal actual definition of gaslighting.
You convinced me to stop worshiping Jesus, and I ask you about Jesus saying that I'm going back to my Lord and your Lord, and you cannot answer that question. Man.
Yeah, I'm not answering your questions. If you have questions, go to your priest or parish.
You can't know if you're running, man.
I'm just patiently waiting for an argument. Who's running?
Okay, that's your argument. Why is Jesus saying I'm going back to my Lord and your Lord if he is Lord?
That's a question.
Okay,
so watch. I'll answer your question. If you say this question, if you say why does, that logically entails that there is a logical possibility to that answer, correct?
Say it in a different way, okay? Let me say it in a different way.
Hold on. Answer the you wanted me to answer the question. Now I'm answering it. Now you're running.
I'm waiting.
Right? So you say, why does Jesus say this? The question why does implies that there is a logical explanation, correct?
Can you explain the explanation?
No, why aren't you answering my question now? The question why does entails a logical explanation, right?
Yeah, to let everybody know that he has a Lord and not he is Lord.
Yeah, that's not the question. Still not the question I asked you. You must be a Muslim, right? Aren't you right? I'm correct.
That's the explanation.
Are you a Muslim?
I'm a Muslim.
Yeah, we could tell. You know how we could tell? You're insufferable.
You cannot even answer the question. I'll answer.
All right. So as long as there's a logical explanation out there, just take that one. Anyways,
what's the logical?
Whatever it might be.
Oh, you don't know. You don't.
I do know. Yeah.
Can you explain it? I waited.
No.
Because you can't.
That's literally gaslighting. That's 100%. That's what they do. Hey, do the thing I want you to do. Do the thing I want you to do. Oh, I'm not going to do the thing you want you to do. It's because you can't do it. You can't do it. That's you.
Yeah, I'm being honest. It's the truth. It doesn't matter how I sound like, but it's the truth. You cannot answer the question.
You don't get to decide.
Someone opened up their mouth today. He's running, you see. Just had a little something to say.
That's literally right there. Why do chickens fly in space? What? I'm not going to answer that question. Oh, you can't do it? You can't do it? You can't answer the question?
Just a word, just a word, just a word.
He's running, you see. He's running, you see. He's running, you see.
From the most harm.
Right now. Hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you? I'm good, man. Let me bring you in. All right, can you convince me to stop worshiping Jesus?
Well, I can give you my best effort.
All right, hit me.
All right. So I'd like to kind of draw the main focus of this argument to the book of Matthew, and arise at how we get to whether the book of Matthew's authorship is known or unknown. I'm assuming that you accept the book of Matthew was written by Matthew, first eyewitness account, and you accept the claims made in the book of Matthew, correct?
Yeah, I take Matthean authorship.
Right. So when in the research I've done, like following some Christian scholars, and reading the new NSRV, the scholars in the Bible, or to the previous in Matthew, acknowledge that the authors are known.
Yeah, why did they come to that conclusion?
Well, because there was the book of Matthew wasn't there was no authorship to the book of Matthew.
Yeah, so it's there's internal anonymity, but how do they come to the conclusion that it's unknown?
Well, because there was no authorship, so they couldn't. There's no way to there's no way to accurately describe an author to the book that was unknown. And
So do you
when
know the difference between internal and external anonymity?
I think I do, but just go ahead and put it on the table so I can be on the same page.
Yeah. So internal anonymity means that inside the scripture itself, right, it's anonymous. External means that people outside know who wrote it. So like we all collectively agree there's eternal anonymity. The author never writes, I, Matthew, wrote this thing. But we say externally we know who the authors are.
So how do we get to the conclusion that Matthew wrote it if the authorship is unknown? That's I guess how do you cross that bridge?
By the historical consensus. I'm not talking about historians. I'm talking about people in history. The historical consensus attributed to Matthew. Every single manuscript that we found that we'd expect to see a label on it, we see the gospel according to Matthew. And we see inside with the text itself what you would expect to see if Matthew wrote it. Because, for example, Matthew focuses heavily on like knowing how money works specifically. So in the Gospel of Matthew, he finds a fish. They open up the fish's mouth and there's like a coin in there. Matthew gets the name and the value of the coin very specific and very correct inside the fish's mouth. And they do this like all throughout Matthew. So that's all what you expect to see from original authorship.
So wait, you're saying that storyline is what gives credit to original authorship?
That's a example of one of the storylines. That's all throughout Matthew.
Gotcha. So Christian scholars, and I'm just going to quote a couple of them, Raymond E. Brown, John P. Meyer, they acknowledge that the authorship is unknown and that the name Matthew wasn't even attributed to the book of Matthew until the 2nd century.
Yep.
And it was a matter of church tradition, not the fact that they knew that Matthew was the author. But these Christian scholars who study the Bible acknowledge that the Matthew is unknown. So why do you have confidence that you know that Matthew wrote the book when they don't have confidence?
They just said the thing that I agree with. You didn't disagree with anything I said.
Oh, well,
again, there's internal anonymity, right? Okay. But then there's external anonymity, and I can also cite a whole bunch of Christian scholars who wrote books on why we know who the original authors are.
So in the preface to the book that I'm reading, the New Revised Standard Version, on the preface it tells you the authorship is unknown.
Well, so if your whole argument against me is that these other guys disagree with you, John, then we have nowhere else to go because you're not information.
Sorry, yeah, not the whole argument, but I guess I'm asking with these guys who also studied the Bible and accepted the authorship. What evidence do you have that would disagree with them?
So your whole argument is these guys say that they don't know our author, so I need to debunk them completely. Well, I could just use I could just use your same argument. I can cite you a whole bunch of scholars who say the original authorship.
No, that's not what I'm trying to do, John. I'm talking to Big John, and I'm saying, hey, you've reached this conclusion where you believe that the authorship is known. I'm reading other Christian scholars who study this, and they've come to the conclusion that the authorship is unknown. So I'm asking you,
yes.
What do you possess, or what knowledge do you have?
You're asking me to debunk the scholars.
No. I'm not asking you to debunk. I'm not asking you to debunk. I'm asking you, how did you arrive at the conclusion that they apparently weren't able to arrive at? I'm not asking you.
You went full circle 4 times. Mm-hmm. Hello, how are you? And just real quick, how?
Oh, fuck, Big John. I'm going to nut on your chin. Oh, my gosh, right there, boy. Oh.
Who let the trolls out?
Big man.
Maybe they do it to hear the song.
Who let
Maybe.
the trolls out? Who let the trolls out? Who let the trolls out?
As a grown man. Grown man. Full adult, pays taxes.
Can you really count him as a grown man, though?
Pays taxes, probably pays rent, probably has children. That's a scary thing. Those ones always have kids.
Somebody's father is currently doing this. He practiced that in the mirror beforehand. Imagine telling your kids that story. Who let the trolls out? Who let the trolls
At least.
out?
There's a nut allergy joke in there somewhere.
Who let the chores out?
Can we take that guy's right to vote and give it to my dog? Amen.
You must be exhausting. A fully formed adult chose this as a hobby. He thought that landed. Bless his little heart. Sir, this is a panel, not a cry.
All right, well, we got no one else in the queue. Call it a day. We're done for the day. Must be a day that ends in Y. Must be a day that ends in Y. He votes. Hopefully he doesn't. Some people have the ability to vote and never exercise it. And I think that's a blessing. Because people who don't exercise their ability to vote really show you why they shouldn't vote. Your dog votes. Meryl Streep. What an odd thing to say. I don't know what that mean. The guy lost his suffrage. All right, Abby, entertain.
Okay, where you going?
The use the bathroom and get a cup of coffee.
Okay. It's illegal to not vote in Australia. How do they... I guess I can keep track. That's wild. I feel like you should be allowed to not vote. Especially, like, sometimes when you're an American. Just kidding. Kind of. Alrighty. Shorts chat seems empty today. Empty but wild. As usual. Oh, a small population. Fair. I still think you should be able to not vote, though. You had a power outage during the heat wave. That's brutal. I should play D&D. I don't think it's playing. I guess it's because it's on my screen. I would eventually. I've never done that, so I would just watch. I would watch for a little bit and then see how it goes. It does seem fun. That's happening on the 18th, by the way, guys. So if you want to play D&D, then talk to Shake on Discord. Although I guess you guys are not doing like the first one. It's going to be select people. But everybody else can watch. That'll be exciting. Very exciting. That is... When is that? Not this weekend, but the next weekend. Are we streaming it? Yes, but I think. But if you want to like participate, I think you have to watch in Discord and then join the... If it wasn't a day after my new house, I'd be there. You can do it in your house.
You want to hear a random shower thought?
Yep.
This is for the chat. Abby's not going to get this. Why isn't Wolverine more jacked? Because if you think about it, Wolverine's got the healing factor. We're the point where he can't drink alcohol. If he drinks alcohol, he heals so quickly that he can never get, drunk. So if he could heal that quickly, he should be ridiculously jacked because he could just spend 1 week in the gym lifting constantly and just his muscles would heal so quickly that he'd just get huge. And if he just did that for a year, right, he'd just be like a walking, like insanely huge. He should be bigger. The standard is higher for situations with risk. If true, then the atheist perspective should have a higher standard since it entails more risk. It's true. Wow, that's a good point. Abby should play D&D. She's going to be there. I don't know if she's going to play, but she's going to be there.
I'd watch. I'd watch. I've never played before, so I don't know how it goes, but I might play one day.
I'd make fun of a caller, but won't do it in front of my lady. Good man. Abby, question for you specifically. Starting to get into cross-stitch, any beginner advice? I think you already answered that.
I did earlier,
Yeah.
but I can do it quick if you want.
No, you already got it.
Just go back and watch it.
Just go back and watch it. I mean, Deadpool and Wolverine, he was jacked. Like he's ribbed, but he should be ridiculously huge. And same with Deadpool as well, right? They should both just be like insanely jacked. Because the hardest part about working out is letting your muscles heal.
Hello.
Hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
Good. I'm 21.
All right, man. Can you convince me to stop worshiping Jesus?
Yeah. I'm just gonna say that if you can't sense something, if you don't have any empirical evidence of something, then you're not basing your beliefs on reality, and we should just live in reality.
There's no argument there. There's nothing to respond to.
Yeah, it's tough because you kind of have to prove, or I'd have to show you why your proof of your belief is wrong, and how you'll never actually know God because you can't sense Him. So it's really what it boils down to.
Still no argument made again.
So He's not real. Like the argument is that you can't
that's
sense
a
Him.
conclusion, my
Premise
friend.
one.
P1, you can't
Premise
sense
one.
God.
You can't sense God. Yeah, that's
Okay.
true.
P2,
What is real is what you can sense.
what is real is what you can sense.
Conclusion: God is not real.
Okay. So to a blind person, the colors are just non-existent. They don't exist at all.
To a blind person, correct.
Yeah, so they just don't exist though.
That
So for
doesn't
me,
exist
if
in
I
his
told a
reality.
blind person the color red exists, they tell me no, it doesn't.
The color red exists in your reality, yes.
So then does the color red exist?
It's a good question. No.
No, the color red doesn't exist. Redness is
No.
not a thing.
There's something that can be described as red.
What color is my shirt?
Green.
Does greenness exist?
So it does to me.
So you're going to ignore the law of excluded middle, where something can't both be true and false at the same time? We're just going to throw that out the window?
Well, it is true for the blind guy that can't see red. That red doesn't exist.
That wasn't the question I asked you. We're going to throw out the law of excluded middle and say something can both be true and false at the same time.
No, you're right. Okay. Yeah, no, don't do that.
Yeah, don't do that. It's not a good idea. I agree. So there you go. Your argument's wrecked.
So wait, how does that relate to what I was saying?
Because you said for something to exist, you have to be able to sense it. I showed you that something can exist when you can't sense it. So therefore, your argument doesn't follow.
So something can exist. Okay, so it's not impossible, but why do you believe it?
That's a question.
That's my question.
Yeah. We don't answer questions here. If you got questions, you can go to your local priest or parish.
Okay, so I'm convincing you. Okay, go back to that. You aren't sensing God, are you?
There's another question. Hold on.
Thoughts do not exist, since you cannot see, taste, touch, hear, or taste them, I guess.
Correct.
Goofy self-defeating worldview. Also, John, I messaged regarding player selection and would also like to take time to check the VTT with you.
I don't know what VTT is. Ventriloquist technical talking tones.
I don't know.
All right, go ahead.
Okay. Convince you why not to believe in. Oh, he doesn't fulfill any messianic prophecy.
That's a conclusion.
So we'd have to go through some messianic prophecy, maybe.
You have to go through all of them.
Well,
Because
we
you said
would have to
he
go through all
doesn't
of them, but if I
fulfill
could
any
prove-
of them.
Yeah, he doesn't. But if I
Yeah,
could
so
just
you'd have to go
prove
through
one,
every single one of them to prove that he didn't
But if I
fulfill
could
any
just
of them.
prove one, I could show you that the author just can lie.
So that's a different argument. Is it the authors are liars, or is it that he didn't fulfill any messianic prophecy?
Well, they go hand in hand, but yeah, both.
Well, you can't do both. You got to pick one.
Well, they're lying because he doesn't fulfill any prophecy, and they wrote down that he did.
Okay, so are we focusing on the fact that he's lying, or he didn't do any messianic prophecy?
That he's lying.
So you're gonna prove to me that the authors are lying.
Yeah.
Okay, prove to me the authors are lying.
Okay. Do you remember the prophecy in the Old Testament about a virgin birth?
Betula. I'm gonna bring up the Betula argument and the Alma.
So you know that prophecy was already fulfilled in the Old Testament according to the Old Testament?
Are you bringing up the Betula and Alma argument?
This is what I'm bringing up.
Dog, man. You realize how awkward you are to talk to, right? Like, I'm so uncomfortable talking to you.
Okay.
So are you bringing up the Petula and Alma argument?
The young woman thing? I mean, that's part of it. I mean, in the Hebrew, it literally said the young woman is pregnant.
So are you bringing up the Petula and Alma argument?
No.
Then what's the argument?
Argument that the prophecy was already fulfilled in the time, and it had nothing to do with Jesus.
It's a conclusion.
Can you at least prove that it did?
So you're right until I prove you're wrong?
I mean, I know I'm right.
Dog, I can't talk to you anymore. It's literally hurting the back of my teeth. Appreciate you, though. You're probably a nice guy.
Bruh.
Oh, my gosh.
I don't even know what just happened.
I don't know what happened either.
That was funny. That was super awkward, yeah.
It was very awkward. Mm-hmm. Is this person going to connect or what? All right, let's try this person. Hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
I'm 18.
Can you convince me to stop worshiping Jesus? And now we got both of you all of a sudden. Now I got to kick one of you. Mark, you'll have to re-request because you took forever to connect. Not your fault, probably internet. Sorry, bro. Can you convince me to stop worshiping Jesus?
I don't know, maybe. Well, actually, let me start with this. Why isn't your prompt why don't you try to convince people to
I did that for 5 years.
come to God? What did it didn't work so well, or what? Why'd you stop doing
it?
it?
Worked great
Why'd you stop then?
because I want you guys to argue the affirmative. Change the scenery, bro. Sometimes you take a different road to look at different scenery.
Okay, is it just because you have a shrimp dick and you try to?
Dog, we're not doing meta. Do you have an argument?
No, he's not. He's just a troll. He's not even trying to do
No,
meta.
I'm not.
Saying I have a shrimp dick.
troll.
Saying I have a shrimp
You're
dick
not
is
a troll.
hold on. Saying I have a shrimp dick is an insult to shrimp. It's much smaller.
What an idiot.
Oh shit. Okay. Can your wife attest to that?
Yes. She's never seen it. Let's put it like that. That's how small it is. She has never actually seen it. Caller can't even communicate, let alone debate. I think you're talking about the last guy. Hold on, I wanted to read this. Wolverine should also be super jacked since he's lugging around several hundred pounds of metal 24/7. Correct, and his body's constantly healing from it. Eastern Orthodox Greek here. Love your content. May God bless you and your family. Also, God was created in a mode when he made...
No.
Damn, God was in creative mode when he made you. Just facts. Thank you. I don't know if that's an insult or a
I
compliment.
didn't know either.
Also, the fact, welcome, Eastern Orthodox brother. I thought all you guys were mad at me, but so it's glad to see you here.
Tell your brethren to lay off.
Because of the adamantium poisoning him constantly in a different issue where Magneto removes the metal from the skeleton, Wolverine became much stronger. Yeah, but he's still, again, let's do the math here. If he can't get intoxicated because he heals so fast, his muscles from the microfracture should also heal just as fast. So therefore, he should get huge. I agree that the adamantium poisoning did a whole bunch of stuff to him. But at the end of the day, you should still be much, much, much bigger, much stronger. We got that one. Thank you, caller. Yeah, we got that one. Appreciate you guys. Appreciate you, everyone, holding us down. Did you request back up, bro? We had to boot you for the troll, which made me feel really bad. Because, like, maybe you're a nice guy. Wolverine doesn't get big, he gets dense, just like me. Dense. I got to give this guy a minute. It took him forever to connect last time, so we're going to be patient this time. Allow him to connect before we jump to the next person. So how's your day? Is everyone having a good day? Why wouldn't his muscles heal to original state only? Because that's how muscles work. You do micro damage to them and they heal bigger and stronger. That's just how they work. I don't know. I'm not a scientist. You think if I knew science, I'd be a Christian? Where's the Evo, bros? It's a compliment. You're handsome. Oh, thank you. Also, why would the Orthodox be mad at you? You helped me turn to Christ. That should be step one for everyone. Because I made a comment about Jay Dyer that wasn't worshiping him. I made a slight comment about Jay Dyer that wasn't just an absolute, like, you're amazing. You're so great. And then everybody was like, oh my God, you're a non-denominational grifter. And I'm like, my goodness gracious, you guys can't even get that right. And I even like Jay Dyer. I posted a tweet about something the other day and somebody's like, you're too afraid to call out Jay Dyer. I'm like, I like Jay Dyer. It's not even about him. Oh, that person didn't want to connect. Let's try the next one.
Pretentious.
Hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
20.
All right, man. Can you convince me to stop worshiping Jesus?
Probably not. But
Appreciate your time, then.
hold up. You're quite
what?
literally steering me away from God, though.
Oh, you are a Christian.
Like,
if I'm steering you away from God, you didn't have that deep of a relationship in the first place. Could you imagine like if like I love my wife very intently and we had a very intimate relationship, but you know, she had like a school of students and then her students were real douchebags. And because her students were douchebags, I didn't want a relationship with her.
Also, can you imagine getting up to like passing away and then getting up to heaven and God's like, why'd you stop following me, bro? And you go, Big John Steele.
It's like, yeah, why'd you stop following? Well, there's this TikToker named Big John Steele, and he's kind of an asshole. And he said he knew you, and because he was an asshole and he knew you, I decided I didn't want to know you anymore. So yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point, Abby.
Embarrassing.
Tyler, hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you? Tylerino. All right, I'm gonna give it a refresh because sometimes it's my end, and I don't want to boot you if it's not your end. Try again, Tyler. Yes, I can hear you. How old are you? All right, let me bring you in, man. Can you convince me to stop worshiping Jesus?
My goal isn't to convince you of that. I actually just wanted to ask you something. I know that's not your prompt, but I had been listening to you and I've joined one of your calls before, but I remember you said that the best argument that you've heard against God was something like if God is all powerful, why didn't he create a good world or a world that's full of good? Right? Isn't that?
No, it's not. It's not in the ballpark. No. The argument.
Can you refresh me?
Yeah. The argument like this: if God can do all logical possible worlds, why didn't God make a logically possible world where people only ever freely choose the good action? And the idea behind that is there's no logical contradiction in that statement. So he could have created a world where anybody only freely chooses the good action, chooses not to sin.
So you're saying I just want to make sure I'm hearing you correctly. If God is omnipotent, omniscient, everything like that, are you saying it's logical and rational? He would have created a place where free will is possible, but people choose good? Am I hearing you correctly?
That's the idea. Like if you're talking like strict logic, there is no logical contradiction in there. Now there's intuitive contradictions. I think there's metaphysical contradictions, but logically speaking, there's no logical contradiction. So there is no reason
Okay.
to say that God couldn't have created a world where all people freely choose to only do the good.
If I'm understanding what you're saying correctly, I just want to say this, which is, wouldn't you say the ideal of being a Christian is to be a good person, fundamentally, Christ-like, a good person? Would you agree with that?
No.
What do you think it is, just out of curiosity?
The
I,
purpose is to worship God.
does God represent good and evil, or do you think in worshiping God the strife is to become good?
What's the goal here though? Because like I'm okay answering like a
Right.
question, but if we're just
Sure.
gonna do
Yeah.
300, yeah.
Yeah, sure. I guess my goal here is just to say that when you made that statement, just made me think that my understandings is that God would give free will and didn't create the world as all good, because if the world was all good, then we wouldn't have a form of contrast to
Are you a
understand what
Christian,
bad and
Tyler?
good is. I consider myself a Christian, yes.
No, we don't
Yeah.
do Christian questions.
I think
All
I
right. Well,
remember him.
I don't want to waste your time. I
right.
suppose I'm just trying to make the argument that good is necessary or bad is necessary to understand what good is, and it gives the contradiction so that we can strive to be good. And I think God didn't create the
go
world
down
all
that
good.
path. I wouldn't go down
Sure.
that path because then you're gonna say that God inherently has some sort of evil trait because God made evil necessary.
Let me just ask you, like, for instance, in Job, it says the Lord giveth and the Lord taketh away.
Mm-hmm.
And in Isaiah, it says, I create and I think the Old Testament and the New Testament are two different things, first off. But
All right, Tyler, we're
no,
gonna go down a rabbit hole.
sure.
I'm gonna jump on,
All
man.
right,
I
you're fine.
appreciate you.
Yeah,
God
you're good.
bless.
I just want to jump in. I hope you're good, bro. Hope you have a good
man.
day.
I'm good. Thank you.
All right, see ya.
I feel like he's just wrestling with that question. That philosophical question, I'd say go talk to Lamb Apologetics. Go talk to either Lamb, Than, IP. Well, actually, I wouldn't do IP on that. I want to do Lamb or Than or Tim on that specific question. And they do call-ins all the time. Mm-hmm. Hello, how are you?
Hey,
And just
man.
real quick, how old are you?
Yeah, I'm all right. 26.
All right, man. Can you convince me to stop worshiping Jesus?
I'm sorry?
Can you convince me to stop worshiping Jesus?
Yeah. Well, first of all, how long have you been worshipping Jesus for?
5, 6 years, something like that.
5 to 6 years. Perfect.
I
Okay,
think.
cool. No worries. And are you a firm believer or
What's your argument, bro?
Sorry?
What's the argument?
Okay, yeah, sure. So you worship Jesus because he's God. Am I right in in saying that?
Yeah.
Okay. We need to get down to the root problem here. So if we, just Coco, no, leave it.
Yeah, no, Coco.
Coco,
Drop it.
no, sit.
Drop it.
Well, Coco
Coco,
wants
no.
Coco, no. Drop it.
Coco, no.
Oh, good lord.
You want your biscuits? You want your biscuits? Be nice. Be nice, Coco. No. Do you want to go to the bath? You want to go? No, Coco, no. Leave it, Coco.
Yeah, okay. Either
He
way,
committed to the bit.
Yeah, either way that I appreciate the commitment. Either way, that's disturbing. Either way, it's a bit, and his friend has got a really awesome growl, and that's disturbing. Or it's real, and he needs to train his dog.
He probably has a recording.
Oh, that's a good point. Oh no, I can't bring you back up, bro. There's no way. Even if we got no one else in the queue.
Who?
The extremely awkward guy.
Oh.
Can't do it. I'm sorry. Can't do it. You seem like a nice guy, but Yeah, what the hell?
Yeah, that was a
Coco?
good one.
What the hell,
That was a
Coco?
good one.
Why do we only ever get trolls, man? I think like we only get trolls. I honestly think it's because no one has an argument against Christianity. Really, a few people do. We got a few Phil bros that come up and try to do well. There's a few out there. I'm not gonna say they don't exist, but I think most people haven't really put much thought into it, and they just assume they're right. And unless you could prove them wrong, then you don't need to argue against it. I'm just right because you got no evidence. You don't even know what the word evidence means. So we get trolls. We don't get arguments. I'm gonna have to go back to arguing the affirmative again, because we'll get more people up probably. We'll think about it. I'll think about a topic for Wednesday. Actually, chat, you can give some topic ideas in there. Abby can write them down.
Yep.
Are you editing?
No, it is too hard.
Okay.
To do at the same time.
After
I finished one.
Awesome job, baby. I'm proud of you.
Yeah.
Good job.
I put it in the folder.
Good job.
Thank you.
Abby's editing shorts for me now. We took the 4070 out of my old computer and put it in hers. So now she can edit on her computer. She couldn't do it before. And so now we could both edit at the same time, which is going to double up our shorts content. We're planning on putting out 15 shorts a month every month. Do a poll? Well, we have to have points before we could do a poll.
Yeah.
Yeah, we need to know the topic points. Abby has more work with some pay. Abby gets all the pay. I don't think you guys understand. Here's the thing. I don't have access. I actually do not have access to our bank accounts. I have access to one checking account that Abby puts money in as she sees fit. But our actual main accounts, well, I have access to the credit card, sure. But our main accounts, our savings accounts, our investment accounts, all those things, I don't have access to. If Abby left me today, she would leave me with nothing because the car is in her name, the house is in her name, and the bank accounts are in her name. Everything's in Abby's name. So if she decided to divorce me, I'd be screwed, guys. I'd be screwed. Hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
Hi there, man. Stephen Gray, 24.
Hi, Stephen Gray. You left the app, bro. There you are.
Yeah, I'm here. Oh, sorry, I said my phone was on 20%. That's why.
All right, man. Can you convince me to stop worshiping Jesus?
Yeah, we spoke a little bit before, and we spoke about prophecy, but yeah, I can. So, or I'll try to. We can speak about prophecy, or we can speak about like moral issues in the Old Testament, or something like that.
Sure,
whatever you're up
man.
for. Sweet. What will I start with? See, in Matthew's genealogy, Matthew chapter 1, there's a few issues that I would raise about it, but first one I would want to tackle maybe is the fact that it goes through Jeconiah, and Jeconiah, God curses his lineage and says that none of his children will ever sit on the throne of Israel. If I can find it. So we'll be looking at Jeremiah 22, verse 30. It says, if you don't mind me reading Jeremiah 22, 30, and the Lord says, record this man as if childless, a man who will not prosper in his lifetime, for none of his offspring will prosper. None will sit on the throne of David or rule in Judah.
Okay.
Yeah, and so Matthew's genealogy has Jesus, of course, is an offspring of that line that comes from Jeconiah, and God already cursed that lineage and says that none will sit on the throne of David from that lineage.
Okay, so what's the conclusion?
Yeah, well, the conclusion would be that if you claim that Jesus is the Messiah, and that one of the qualifying factors of being the Messiah is being a ruler in Israel, then it disqualifies Jesus as being.
Okay, so then who was he?
I would say that he that he started like a Jewish cult, but I don't mean cult in a bad way, just like a subgroup within Judaism, and it was like an apocalyptic movement that didn't work.
Okay, so your conclusion here is that through his lineage, through Joseph, through a virgin birth, because he's not actually Joseph's child, right? Removes him from the covenant, and because he's removed from the covenant, all the historical events of Jesus are just all made up.
No, that's not my conclusion at all. Not that all the historical events about Jesus is made up, but it's just like one example that, like, from Matthew's genealogy that would raise.
But I am right when Matthew's genealogy is from Joseph, right?
Yeah, I believe that the genealogy in Luke,
he's not the biological son of.
I agree, and I believe that the genealogy in Luke is also from Joseph as well, because there's
pretty sure that's
really
Mary,
no
isn't
reason. There's no real reason to conclude that it's Mary, because it says like, was it Luke 4? Is it? It says Jesus. It says Joseph's son of. I don't really buy the apologetic that it's for Mary.
Okay, so then what do we do with the whole fact that Jesus Christ came, did all the things that he did, died on the cross, resurrected? What do we do with all that information? Right, we have two hypotheses. Right, your hypothesis is this removes him from the covenant. Right, is that your quick understanding of this prophetic text in Jeremiah completely removes him based off that genealogy, that there's no exception to the rule or understanding of it. And then my hypothesis is that he is the Messiah figure. I have all these data points that he actually came, he actually preached, he actually died on the cross, he actually resurrected. You have two pieces of text, one being a genealogy from way back. So why should I take yours?
Yeah, so I mean, it was just like where I was starting off from. I've got like many points. Maybe it would be easier to tackle ones that are like more important to yourself, because if fringe things like this isn't important to you, then it's
but
not going to convince you.
But you do see it's not strong then.
I wouldn't say that it's not strong. I would say that it's one data point is all I would say. And that's all I would say.
Well, I think that data point relies heavily on like your understanding of Jeremiah and the genealogy and what's being said there, and the fact that God, does as he wills.
Okay.
But I just wanted to see if I could like this one. This one is not familiar to me.
Okay.
Hold on. I have notes. I want to see if it's in my notes, because sometimes I go through a lot of things and see if we can get a better answer for you.
I'm gonna find.
There you go.
Apologetics on it, actually. Yeah, this is the AI overview that Google gave me, but it just said, according to biblical accounts, it doesn't have a problem for Jesus' right to the throne because he was born of a Virgin Mary and not through Joseph. But I think
that was my intuition,
which is true. But I mean, the whole point of I suppose the point of Matthew's genealogy is to reference Jesus to David. That's why there's 3 sets of 14, right? Is to emphasize that he comes from David's lineage and thus qualifies him to be the Messiah. And so it's just funny that like if you're saying like, well, it doesn't matter because it's Joseph's lineage, then it's like, well, it must matter to a degree because the gospel writer included it as why Jesus would be the Messiah, because he comes from David's lineage, I suppose is the point that's been made. But we can tackle something else, maybe.
No, I think this is. I think that I actually think that because you're in good faith, right? And this is new for me. I'm not actually familiar with this argument. So you've presented a problem, and you presented a problem in a good faith way. So I actually think it's worth looking at, and I find that more interesting than doing something I've done a million times. Why didn't that show up? Why aren't my screens showing up? Hold on one second.
Yeah.
There we go. That's. What the heck, man? That's supposed to be this one? Sorry, just give me 2 seconds.
No problem.
What? There we go. So I have a whole bunch of notes on the genealogies, but more for like the contradiction in the genealogies. There might be something in there.
Yeah.
All right, so Matthew, Joseph is son of Jacob. Genealogy traced to Abraham. Luke is Joseph. Luke, Joseph is son of Heli. Genealogy traced to Abraham. Problem: these genealogies list different names, appear contradictory. Joseph's father's name Jacob. Genealogy traces through David to Abraham. Uses the phrase Jacob both begot Joseph, implying biological fatherhood. Joseph's father name is Heli. Genealogy goes to David back to Adam. Use phrase Joseph was the son of Eli, which made indicate legal descent. Mary's lineage. Many scholars propose Luke's record records Mary's lineage. Heli would be Mary's father, making him Joseph's father-in-law. Greek lacks a precise term for son-in-law, so Joseph called the son of Heli, and that's the one you think doesn't make sense.
No, the one in Luke 3, I was saying, so the Jeconiah is in Matthew's genealogy, not in Luke's genealogy. But if you want to talk about why I don't think that Luke's genealogy is Mary's, we can talk about that if you like.
Yeah, why don't you?
Yeah, I think. Well, I would say that I think that Heli being like the father of Mary is a possible reading of the text. I'm just not sure that it's like probable. Like, see if I bring up. I'm going to bring up Luke 3 in my computer. Yeah, it just says of Joseph, the son of Heli. So that's what it says. I mean, you can put the presupposition.
The point there though is that Greek doesn't have a word for a son-in-law. That's the point. There is no Greek word for it, so he's just called son of Heli.
Okay, I'll concede to it that it's probably it's a possible reading of the text that it's from Mary. Yeah.
Some scholars think Luke used sources from Mary's relatives for his birth narrative. There's no biblical evidence Mary had brothers. An absence of sons and son-in-law could be a legal heir. So if she had no brothers, then Joseph would become that legal heir. Mary likely married within the family of David to retain Heli's inheritance among David's descendants, aligned with Numbers 36, 1 through 12. Legal, biological sense. Early historian Eusebius cites an epistle of Africanus suggesting both genealogies apply to Joseph, one legal, one biological. If a man dies childless, his brother marries the widow for a son legally considered son of the deceased brother. This preserves the deceased brother's name and inheritance. Genealogical reconciliation. Two men, Heli and Jacob, were uterine brothers, same mother, different fathers. Methian married a woman and had Jacob, then died. The widow remarried Mathat and had Heli. Heli married but died without children. Jacob then married Heli's widow, fulfilling Levite duty, and had Joseph. Result: Joseph is the biological son of Jacob. Under the Levirate law, Joseph is legally considered the son of Heli. Okay, so it would be not a biological consent under Heli. It would be so that would remove the curse. Does Heli go back to the person who was cursed?
Yeah, Heli doesn't touch Jeconiah. No.
Okay, so
only the Matthew.
So it's the other way. This explains why Matthew says Jacob begot Joseph, biological line, while Luke says Joseph was the son of Heli, legal line. Both genealogies are correct from different standpoints. Key takeaways: two coherent explanations resolve the apparent contradiction. Luke's genealogy may be Mary's lineage, making Heli's Joseph's father-in-law. So if we take that one, that would resolve the issue. Levite law could result in a man having both legal and biological father, explaining the dual genealogies. That would still leave the issue. Correct?
Yeah. So like, if you suppose that Luke's genealogy is through Mary, who's a blood relative of Jesus, then there's no curse issue. And then if you say that the curse from Jeconiah goes to Joseph, who wasn't a blood relative of Jesus because he was a stepfather in a sense, then there's no curse issue. So yeah, sure. Let's do a moral one if you'd like. I take it you believe in like univocality, that the God of the Old Testament and the New Testament is like, if there was a moral issue in the Old Testament, it would be relevant for you.
Yeah, but I think univocality does a lot of heavy lifting, so we got to like agree on the semantic of univocality there.
Okay. Yeah, just the Bible, like the canonized scripture that we have, is just like from one voice, and whichever, that it's all inspired is, I suppose, a better way to say it. Have you tackled Numbers 31 before?
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to give you something that's boring.
Yeah.
You've done Numbers 31?
Yeah.
Numbers 31 for me is pretty brutal.
Why?
Because as someone who's tried to read it in good faith, it's hard for me to understand why God would have everybody killed, apart from specifically only, and I'm being careful here to not get you demonetized or get you a strike or anything, but from young girls who haven't known a man. That's in verses 17 and 18 of Numbers 31.
Yeah.
And the apologetics, like, I read the apologetics and it's like, well, the little girls would have been innocent of the sin that God's judging. And it's like, so would the little boys. The little boys would have been just as innocent as the little girls. It's just like problematic to me that it's specifically girls who...
Okay, so you're a little boy who's taken in by a tribe that just unalived your entire community, family, and brought you in, and you grow up as a little boy in that community, and then you become an adult, and you're just going to hang out and chill.
Yeah, I mean, I'd probably seek vengeance, probably on.
Yeah, so it's not really an option.
Sure. So you're saying that the little boys were killed so that they wouldn't
say unalived.
Yeah, unalived, so that they wouldn't enact some sort of like vengeance on.
Well, that is the practice of war back then, right? So either when they did war, they'd wipe you out completely, so that way you didn't come back and try to do battle on them again, because there was this. It's a pride culture, right? If you hurt my family, I hurt your family. We could see this by reading like the Babylonian Code. Just one second.
If anything, I would think that fact would be more convincing. SND beautiful to the promise Jesus was adopted into the David line through Joseph, just as we were adopted as God's children in being born again, not a scholar.
That's nice. So yeah, if we read the Babylonian Code, it's very much like an honor system, right? I think it's the Babylonian Code of Hammurabi. I could be wrong about this, but I know there is texts in the ancient Near East that say basically like, if you grape my wife, I get to grape yours. And that's like the standard of what happens. So the idea in the culture is like, well, if you did battle to me, I would do battle to you, until eventually we could take each other's king and flaunt them in front of everybody and show how we were more powerful than everyone else. So a common practice is that they would go to battle and they'd wipe everyone out. Now, if we remember in Numbers 31, what was the sin that the other nation did against them? Well, the sin was that their women came and tempted the men and brought them into sin and then slept with them. And so there's the whole issue of that. So the sin itself was the sleeping with the women. So they couldn't take these women into the tribe. So they did battle and they wiped them out. And so the only people who could remain that could possibly be brought into the tribe that wouldn't be a threat would have been the young women.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. I mean, that's fine. That's a way to look at it, I suppose. It's hard for me, I suppose, to. Yeah. No, it's a fair reading. Okay. I have another moral issue here.
Okay.
If you'd like to take it.
Yep.
And see, with a lot of the moral issues in the Bible, right? You can get out of it by saying like, oh well, God permitted it. He didn't like directly cause it, or like some sort of like variation of that kind of apologetic. The one that this example is more difficult for me because it's like God like literally claims ownership of it and says that he's doing it. And so this is 2 Samuel 12. And
hey,
again,
hold on, before you
apologies if
finish,
it's
watch this.
something-
Watch this.
Mhm. Yep. Quotes, God gives advice. Oh, is this from
It's,
like
it's
another
almost
call?
like I knew where you were gonna go.
Yeah, that's crazy. Was that just like the next thing in your notes, or did you like preload that up?
I preloaded it
Okay, that's
because
crazy.
you're like, I have some issues that I have in the Bible, and so this is like the common one.
Well, you've heard it a million times, but I suppose for those who are listening, David had a wife with Bathsheba, who was Uriah's wife. It was a sin, and then this is God's punishments to David for the sin that he done with Bathsheba and Uriah. In God's list of punishments here in chapter 12, there's two. The first one is that 10 of David's concubines or wives is going to be slept with by David's son Absalom, and then the other one is that the baby's going to be unalived.
Okay, so the quote here is from Walter. Hold on, from Brueggemann Walter. Westminster John Knox Press 1990 says the reference to your master's wives in 2 Samuel 12:18 reflects the ancient practice of royal succession, where the new king assumes responsibility for the household of the former king. It's not an endorsement of polygamy, but a statement of David's political and social inheritance to the new monarch. So basically, it's just the language that they're using, that he's going to inherit the household. Because again, we're talking about a pride culture. One thing that the pride cultures would do is they would assume your kingship, they'd assume your house, and they would assume your wives, because we're talking about a culture that looked at wives as property. And so when it's saying that your wives will be given over, right, it's saying that you're going to lose your kingdom, you're going to lose your authority. And then you'll see in the text, it's not God saying that, this raping is going to happen because he caused it. It's, well, he does say he caused it, but the idea of the cause isn't that he like took over their free will and made them do it. It's the necessary, it's the not necessary, the consequent of losing the household. Because again, a pride culture, what would they do? They would grape your wives to show you they had power over you.
Yeah, I get that. It's a show of Absalom's show of power to all of Israel, that he is like greater than his father David.
Remember, he did it like up on the rooftop too, right? The whole point he wanted to show.
Yeah, but it's just this language here, and it's like you find that the Hebrew doesn't give any. This is just what it's saying, but the Lord's saying like, I'm going to bring calamity upon you. I will take your wives and give them to who's close to you. You did it in secret, as in had an affair with Bathsheba in secret, but I will do this thing in broad daylight before all of Israel. And so like, I know that there's vessels that like Absalom that are actually performing the act, but like the God of the Bible is saying that he will do this thing in broad daylight.
Okay.
And
I'm going to do a Gish Gallop, and I apologize in advance, but I'm just going to, because it's just so many quotes and they're all scholars. Everybody can see it on the screen, but we're going to go through it and we're going to see. The verse underscores God's abundant provision for David, highlighting the irony of his sin with Bathsheba. The mention of Saul's wives is likely reference to David's role as the protector, not necessarily implying sexual relations. This aligns with the customs of the ancient Near East kingship. Said next quote. In the context of ancient Israel, the transfer of king's wives to successors symbolizes the complete transfer of power. David's care for Saul's wisdom would have been seen as an act of loyalty and continuity, not as a personal indulgence. Next, the verse serves as a reminder of God's generosity to David, contrasting with his ingratitude. The inclusion of Saul's wives emphasized the totality of God's provisions, accompanying both material, symbolic, and aspects of kingship. The phrase, I gave your master's house and your master's wives, reflects political reality of David's rise to power. It's not a theological endorsement of polygamy, but a statement of fact regarding the responsibility of kingship in the ancient world. While the verse acknowledges the practice of polygamy in ancient Israel, it does not prescribe it as God's ideal. The broader biblical narrative, particularly in Genesis, points to monogamy as an intended design of marriage. The verse is part of Nathan's rebuke, highlighting David's failure to recognize God's blessing. The mention of Saul's wives serves to emphasize the extent of David's ingratitude, not sanction polygamy. The transfer of Saul's wives to David should be understood as symbolic act of succession, not as personal acquisition of David's harem. This reflects the cultural norms of the time where the king assumed responsibility of the royal household. Well, there's two more, but you get the point. They're all saying the same thing. This is just a language of the time. The power, again, was assuming the household, assuming these things, and then the consequence of like losing the power to your household is, well, these kings are going to grape your wives. It's not a good thing, but it is what they did back then.
Oh, sure.
So it's not God causing the rape. It's God removing his protection, losing the battle. And because of that, there's the consequence that these evil people are going to do these evil things.
Okay. To me, it just seems like no matter how like exact God is in saying that like I will do this thing or whichever, like there's always like a way of taking his like responsibility out of it. And I think like an honest reading of the text is just like God saying that he's doing it, and obviously he's not physically coming down and doing it, but
then all you have to do to answer that is, how did he do it? How did God cause the graping?
Yeah, well, I mean, he says that he's going to stir up evil from within his house, and I mean, like, this is a thing. Like, what does "I am stirring up evil from within your house" mean? Does it mean that God is changing Absalom's heart so that he will do this thing, or does it mean that he's remove it? Like, it's the same with God hardening Pharaoh's heart. It's like, well, is that because God is making Pharaoh like hard to this thing? It's like, it's very, I suppose it's vague. I suppose it's up to interpretation.
Well,
but like,
it's important to remember with Pharaoh that the text doesn't say God hardened his heart. Most of it says that Pharaoh did with his own heart. And then eventually it gets to the point where like Pharaoh is standing before, right, the acts of Moses. And then this great thing happens. And then it says he hardens his heart. The hardening of the heart in no way in that context could mean that he's just going to like soften up and be nice. The hardening of the heart seems to me, again, and this is just my perspective, from reading that text, is it's preventing him from being afraid.
Sure. Okay.
Because every sin that he did out of his own heart.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. That's fair enough, man. I would like to ask you, and if the panel votes me off, just let me know. But last time we spoke, we've only spoke once before. We were talking about prophecy, and one of the things that you said repeatedly is just that you believe that the gospel writers were being honest in what they wanted to say, and that seemed to be, from the call that we had, like your main reason for belief. Could I just ask you, like, when I'm not going to do this whole like I was a Christian before thing, right? Because a bunch of rubbish. But when I was convinced, it was basically about Jesus fulfilling prophecy and the martyrdom of the saints, right? Because why would you die for something that you knew was not true, right? So those were the things that were important to me. And then with engaging in biblical scholarship, those things went away, and then my faith did as well. So like, what's important to you for specifically Jesus?
Oh, it's the death and resurrection.
Okay.
Yeah, and if we can, like, this is the argument I rely on. My justification is simply the historical reportage model. If we remove one concept in history, the principle of analogy, there's no reason to deny the death and resurrection. And I think the principle of analogy in itself is dogmatic.
Okay. And what specifically is like your core evidences for the death and resurrection?
Or it's going to be the four Gospels and Acts. Like that's all I need. Like honestly, I think that's more than enough. I think if we were again to remove the principle of analogy, we could probably get away with just 2 gospels and still say there's enough to say that Jesus Christ resurrected. I think the fact that we have 4 gospels and a bunch of Paul's epistles and James' epistles and Peter's epistles and the extra biblical texts, like people make that sound like it's small. It's not. It's huge. It's a gold mine of history.
Sure. I'm not going to pretend to be smarter than I am. Can you explain the principle of analogy to me, please?
Yeah, so the principle of analogy is like basically, so you know what an analogy is, right? We compare something to understand something. So the principle of analogy is the idea, I forget who specifically invoked it, but it became the historical practice, that we can't say anything in history is true unless we can compare it to something that we know. So if there's no analogy to it, we can't say it's true. So if we see a whole bunch of historical documents that say aliens came down and built the pyramids, and no matter how much we find, we'd have to say it's false because we've never experienced aliens. That's the principle of analogy. So if we see somebody resurrect from the dead, no matter how much evidence or data we find, we have to say it's false because we've never seen it happen today. And so I think that's a dogmatic viewpoint because it presupposes that everything we know is like the standard, right? So, and that we'd be able to discover it in the future. Those are like 2 dogmatic viewpoints. So if we remove that principle of analogy and we look at the data, it's like, well, how much do we have enough data to be convinced of this? I still say we start with extremely low priors, that, you know, the likelihood of somebody resurrecting is really low. But because we have such an abundance of evidence, I think those priors get outweighed and we can say, yeah, with confidence that Jesus Christ resurrected.
Sure. Well, based on what you've told me, I agree that the principle of analogy doesn't sound like convincing because if there was one single unique event that happened, then that doesn't mean that it's not true because unique things happen. So I agree with you there. So I don't even think we need to get rid of it. I think it doesn't qualify. But then my question to you would be, why are they to be trusted though? Because like when I read Matthew, for example, from what I know, am just seeing someone who doesn't seem to know Hebrew and like pulls prophecies out of the Old Testament that in some cases like weren't clearly prophecies to begin with, and inserts Jesus in it. And I'm just reading it and I'm kind of going, this doesn't seem honest to me. It seems like it shouldn't be trusted.
Okay. Are you familiar? You're familiar with the minimal facts argument?
Yeah.
Okay. It's a trash argument. It's a trash argument.
Sometimes. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So minimal facts is a trash argument. Lydia McGrew has coined this term called the maximal facts argument, where we start going through as much data as possible. And I started taking notes from like things that like Lydia McGrew has collected, and I don't even have like a quarter of it. So this is like my notes on the stuff like Lydia McGrew has collected about the maximal facts and the undesigned coincidences. Each one of these contains its own information, like pull down tab. I'm just kind of like overload you, do another Gish Gallop, so to speak. But if you want, we can dive into it. All these is little facts that are almost impossible to come to if somebody was being dishonest, right?
I know one. Yeah, sorry. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I know one undesigned coincidence, which is like why did Jesus ask Philip where to get bread? I think in one of the stories where there was a Passover, and you find out from a different gospel. I think it's John that Philip came from Bethsaida, or not Bethsaida. Yeah, was it Bethsaida?
Yeah.
And so it's an undesigned coincidence because he obviously knows the local area better than anyone else because he comes from there, but that's not in the same gospel that says
So
that Jesus asked him.
So Jesus, you get who he is in John, and then you get him ask him in John where to get food, but it never mentions where they are specifically, and it never mentions where Philip is from. But then in Luke, it tells you where they are, and it tells you where Philip is from. And so you get Luke explains John, John explains Luke, going back and forth in a way that does not seem to be like colluding, right? Like that'd be an extremely crazy collusion, rather than like what you'd expect to see in collusion is you'd expect to see both people just fill out the same information, not both people try to give complementary information, considering that in the time they're not expecting us to be studying it years down the road. It's more likely they thought Jesus' return was imminent, and these gospels, individual gospels, would be sending out to individual communities and individual people. They weren't read together, and so that wouldn't make any sense to do that. But yeah, that is one of them. I think one of the ones like Luke is probably my favorite because Luke is an historian. He starts his record like as you would see, like he like his direct relation to like Demosthenes and how they keep records. And then my favorite undesigned coincidence is Luke aligns with Tacitus in a way that shouldn't make sense. And so there's an impossibility of collusion there. Is it Tacitus or Josephus? Josephus, sorry, it's Josephus. I always get them mixed up. So he aligns with Josephus in a way that doesn't make any sense with what happened when Joseph is coming back from Egypt, which actually explains the whole Egypt story as well, because of the direction they'd be heading. It says that he was afraid to go to Jerusalem because he was, what the heck was his name? Anyways, let's call the guy Bob. He's afraid to go back to Jerusalem because of Bob. And that's it. It doesn't explain anything else. Archelaus. Is that it? Was it Archelaus? Archelaus? Yeah, Archelaus. So he's afraid to go back to Jerusalem because of Archelaus. And it explains nothing else until you read Josephus. And Josephus explained that Archelaus started pretty much a battle against the Jewish people at this time, where like Jewish people were hung up at the temple. There was a big battle going on. There's bloodshed, and everybody started fleeing. And so it explains that he ran into people, right, in Luke, and he started fleeing because he was afraid of Archelaus, and he went somewhere else. Luke never explains this. It just presupposes that you know it. So we're seeing Luke is lining up with Josephus in a way that makes zero sense unless he was trying to be honest and truthful.
Okay. And I'm not familiar with that one. Firstly, I would say the one that I brought up about Philip being from Bethsaida and Jesus asking him where to get the thing, that to me, like, I can say from my atheist standpoint, like, I'm not going to just put it aside. I think, like, that's pretty cool. I do think it's pretty cool and maybe kind of compelling as well. So, like, when I see things like that, I'm, like, able to agree, right, that's compelling. I don't know the example that you're given, but let me just quickly sense check that I've understood. So Matthew includes Jesus going down to Egypt. Obviously Luke doesn't. Luke just says after they've done everything according to Moses, they went to But then you're saying that Luke says that they were in fear of
Archelaus.
This person, Archelaus, and that would match them traveling, say, from Egypt rather than going straight to So even though Luke doesn't mention Egypt, he says something that would only be relevant if they were coming from Egypt direction.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll have a look at that.
But that's only a small part. The big part of the argument is he's aligning up with Josephus, with what Josephus is explaining. Because again, Luke only mentions just Archelaus. He was afraid of Archelaus. He's like, "Why are you?" That's it. It's a throwaway line. Like any of us reading that now says he's afraid. We have no clue if all we take is the gospel. But then when you read the history of Josephus, you see that Archelaus, again, was started this big battle, and it was at this time period that Luke is recording. And so it shows us that Luke is in the time and period and knows these things that are going on. And again, is saying that, he's afraid as a throwaway line. If you see somebody lying, what you would expect to see is, oh, he's afraid of Archelaus because he started the Jewish battle, blah, 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 war, blah, blah, blah. They'd fill in all this information because they're trying to convince you. But he's not trying to convince you of anything. He's just simply saying, well, he didn't go because he's afraid of him. And everybody's like, yeah, I would have been afraid of him too. They just understood this.
Matthew 2:22. Is it Matthew 2? Yeah, mate. I've read the Gospels many times. I've not even ever seen Archelaus' name. Do you ever get it, man? Sometimes when someone quotes a Bible verse and you're like, I've never seen that before, but you've read it so many times.
I didn't know about it until I read Lydia McGrew's.
That also happened to us watching The Chosen. Remember?
Yeah, we were watching The Chosen, and we were like, God said something, and we're like, that didn't happen in the Bible.
From the sky.
Yeah, and then we went and read the Bible, and there it was, in black and white.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you a very quick funny story. Someone mentioned the naked guy running away in the garden or something, which I think is in Mark. And I was like, there was a naked guy, like, but then there's like there's like one random verse. It's like there was a guy that was naked or something. I was like, I've never read that before, but I promise I've read all the gospel.
But that's another reason to believe Mark is being honest. Why the hell would
Yeah.
Mark would include that if he was trying to make up a story about Jesus?
Man, can we do one really quick? Because you mentioned the followers of Jesus likely felt that he was going to come back very soon. And you've got, of course, like Matthew 16, which and Jesus says, like, there's some standing here that won't taste death until they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom.
Yep.
My apologetic was always that it was about the Mount of Transfiguration, which happens immediately afterwards. But it's just not what it's saying, man. It even talks about, like, I'm going to judge people according to their deeds and all this stuff. But there's also one in Matthew 24, which sounds very similar, where he's saying, truly I tell you, this generation won't pass away until all these things have happened. And so the apologetic about the transfiguration to me just doesn't work.
I agree.
Plus, Jesus didn't come from anywhere. He just walked up a mountain and then glowed. Like, okay, you're the first Christian I've ever came across that doesn't use the Mount of Transfiguration to explain away Matthew 16. So I'm really curious to hear.
First of all, you should join our Discord, because we would love to have you in the community. And I'll leave that open-ended, so you don't have to awkwardly tell me no. Now, my apologetic for that is I'm a partial preterist. A lot of Christians don't like that, but I think almost all of Jesus's prophetic end times has happened, and it happened at the destruction of the temple, which is what would fill. Like, some of you are not going to pass away till you see me coming on the glory in the clouds of heaven. Well, when we see in the Old Testament, when Yahweh came on the cloud, he came to destroy a whole, was it Israel or Babylon? He used Babylon to destroy Israel. And that's what he meant when he said, I'm coming on the cloud. And so when Jesus says, I'm coming on the cloud, right, he uses Titus to destroy Israel. And so we see that that prophecy is being fulfilled. Some of you will not pass away until you see me coming on the cloud again in judgment. Judgment happens. Like, if you read the Gospels, everything that Jesus is saying to them, he's like, you guys are going to be pure persecuted. You guys are going to be judgment. You guys are going to be suffered. Some of you are going to be taken. Some of you are going to be left behind. It's all there. And then what do we see in history? Right after that, we see Nero come and start persecuting them, start judging them, start torturing them, start killing them, start lighting them on fire. Some are taken, some are left behind. So I think all this is fulfilled with Titus, with Rome, and with Nero.
Yeah. Okay. But then there's also in Matthew 16, like, I don't have it up. I'm just doing this off memory. Give me a second. He also includes, like, I will repay each man according to his deeds. Like, it's in this.
I will what?
Like, the verse of this. He says in Matthew 16.
Yeah.
He also includes verse 27. He says, "For the Son of Man is going to come in his Father's glory with his angels, and then he will reward each man according to what they have done."
Yes. Like, who are the angels?
Included. I have no idea.
The apostles, the messengers. They're the ones who get sent out, right? Because what does angel mean? Angel is a messenger of God. Apostle is sent one. So the messengers here are us, to go out into the community to judge the world, right? This is what Jesus gives the power to the Christians to judge the world, to forgive sins. He says in John, he says to the apostles, if you forgive them, I will forgive them. Right? And then we are all sent out into the world to be the angels, to be the messengers of Jesus, to give them in Matthew 28:19, go forth and baptize all nations in the name of the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit.
Okay. So my talking point about Nero being in Revelation, I can just get rid of that one.
Yeah, that's 100% about Nero, yeah.
Right, okay. I'll get rid of that one then. Man, I'm going to go, but very, very quick one. This is just kind of a yes or no. Do you believe in an eternal conscious torment for those who aren't saved?
Yes. Yeah, but
Okay.
I think there is good argumentation for annihilationism. And that I have friends who are way smarter than me that are universalists. I do think it's eternal conscious torment. I think it's very vague and mysterious, though, and we don't really know what's going to happen.
Sure. The annihilationists actually make a good argument that, like, holds up within scholarship. But I mean,
I think so.
Because I mean, it says, like, fear the one who can destroy both the body and the soul, and it also says, like, the smoke will rise throughout, like, the smoke will rise something, and then it mentions Sodom and Gomorrah. and obviously Sodom and Gomorrah's smoke isn't rising anymore and those kind of things. But
Yeah, the reason I
that's
hold
okay,
to
man.
eternal conscious torment is mainly because of church history. Church tradition tells us like it was a universal understanding that it's forever.
Yeah.
And so I take more of like an Eastern Orthodox viewpoint of like eschatology and hell, that you're in the presence of the Lord, you're actually participating in his glories, but you just continuously reject it, and that's what creates the suffering.
Sure. Well, here, John, it was a pleasure speaking to you, man. You made you made good points.
Thanks, man.
Yeah.
I gotta say, the first argument, I've heard it a long time ago, but I never really did a study on it. I think that's probably the best one I've had in a long time. I definitely have to go do more research on it, so I appreciate you bringing it up. But I appreciate you bringing it up in good faith, right? So the point where we could both investigate it without going like, I got you, or any of those situations.
Yeah. Although it's not good for viewership, man. See, whenever you start having a good conversation, people drop off because they want to have like a heated argument. So maybe we could maybe we could have like maybe we could organize a planned but emotional back and forth at some point. Yeah. But
Right,
man,
well.
here I'll tell you this, John. Like obviously, I am a deconstructed Christian. I've still got an open mind, and I actually read the Bible every day. Which is not something that I even done when I was a Christian every day, but I read the Bible every day and I love biblical scholarship. And I have an open mind, and I was convinced before. So I'm going to go, and I'm definitely going to go and come back at some point.
All right, man. Well, I appreciate great convo. God bless. I'm going to bring up somebody who's going to yell at me. Have a great day, man.
I'll maybe stick around.
I think he should get the song first, though.
Yeah, and not even just like the good person song. He's going to get the
prepared song.
The prepared song, because I also have to use the bathroom.
Again?
I've had to use it for so long, and he's just so nice, and I'm gonna pop.
You really did. John's been having too much coffee today. We don't get to hear this one very often. It's kind of a nice treat. Yeah, I hope he joins the Discord too. They're very nice. I think I remember when he came back. When he came before. I don't know.
Just stepped up when it mattered. Whole room went quiet watching you.
Short Shot has been wild. I've been watching from a distance, and it just like I was trying to read stuff, and it's just going.
That was impressive. You came through and it counted. Can't deny it now. You keep acting like it's nothing.
This is sick.
But we all know what that took. People
I think he changed it from the last time I heard it. Yeah, don't scare this one away if he joins the Discord. We like this one.
Could've played it safe, could've let someone else try.
I feel like the Discord, I wonder if you can do it where like when you join you get a little pop-up and it just gives a little warning. This song is great, baby. I wish we heard it more often.
Did I have 2 or 1 cup of coffee?
2, I think. I'm pretty sure you filled it up the last time you went to that.
Yeah, that was my first cup of coffee.
Oh,
Because I had the water, and then I was like, I was going to go get coffee.
gotcha.
Can't deny it now. How did you even do that? Seriously, what was going through your head? Because whatever it was, it worked. You're gonna remember this. Every time someone doubts you, that moment proves it. You built it.
With that being said, then, could you get me another cup of coffee?
Yeah, I'm gonna go make myself some toast.
Some toast?
Yeah.
Toasterino. I'm starting to fall asleep. That last conversation. No, we do appreciate those good conversations.
It was not boring.
No, it wasn't. No, I was making a joke. Because like everybody wants the spicy combos.
They do. That was funny though. It's like we could stage a little
coup.
A little fight.
You're stupid for believing in Sky Daddy. Is there a secret taco song? No.
Well, we have a win a taco song. We have your theme song.
Yeah. The
classic.
Just keep it real. Big John Steel. Tell me how you feel. Convince me when it's time. Just keep
Patiently waiting for this person to connect because I don't want to connect multiple people again by accident. Because sometimes it does like a connecting for everything and they never actually end up connecting. All right. Well, we'll do this person. Nope.
Nobody? Oh, no. We got people. Oh.
Hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
Hey, how's it going, John? It's been a while. I'm a Christian. I'm 44.
You are a Christian?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh.
I just wanted to chime in on the Mary lineage, man. Another thing is like you can
Fine.
compare the lineages and stuff like that, and they won't match perfectly at all. Matthew always goes to the legal royal genealogy, while Luke goes to
Yeah, you're a nice guy, but we already been there, done that.
You can share your stuff in the Discord.
Share it on Discord.
In the sources.
Yeah,
channel.
do it in the sources. Hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
Yeah, hello, I'm 26.
All right, man. Can you convince me to stop worshiping Jesus?
Yeah, I could give you an argument if you'd like.
Yeah, but you're gonna put down your controller first and actually give me your attention, right?
You accept deductive arguments?
Yeah, you're gonna put down your controller first and give me your attention, right?
I have Asperger's. Is it okay if I keep stimming?
I'm not hungry. Thank you, though. I've already. No, I haven't had breakfast or anything. I'm just not hungry. Hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
What's good? Bro, hold on.
Guaranteed he was 19. After that great guy.
Hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
John, do you get jealous that other men fucked your wife raw before you met her?
Not really. I'm just a
Like,
cock.
just imagine the fact that they were fucking her.
I just like enjoy being a cock. That's my life.
Imagine being that stupid.
What's up, bro?
How's your day going?
What did you do now?
It was great, John. The last
No, I didn't do nothing. I
last
just
45 minutes was great.
The last 10 seconds didn't seem great.
No.
Oh, that guy comes up often, says
He
the
does,
same thing.
yeah.
He's like, he's
Yeah,
on
he
repeat
thinks
with a different
he
account.
thinks he's really cool and edgy. And
I get so jealous and upset with my wife. Except I literally have a tracking tag on her and I never let her out of my sight.
Also, you were my
When is she gonna
boyfriend.
cheat on me when I'm following her
No, it
around
was before we got
24/7?
married, he says.
Oh, before we got
Exactly.
married? Yeah. Let's just say I know for a fact that I was the first. There's some things you can't fake.
Amen.
Hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
God, I wanted to say one thing, bro. Why'd you insta-kick me?
Because you came up like you were half asleep. Grow up and then come back.
Abby just brought out her adult voice.
Feast and famine kinda day. Also, this is to interrupt Lil Jon.
See, this is the only reason he brings me up anymore.
Actually, it's not. I just like you.
Oh.
Hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
Wait, John, do you actually believe you're the first dude she's ever fucked? Like, she definitely was getting ran through in high school. You know that, right? Like, she
At homeschool? In homeschooling?
Good try, though. Good try.
I thought it was someone else. I thought it was a different account. I don't pay
I
attention.
think it might have been a different account.
Homeschool, Abby?
Mm.
Abby, you got ran out in homeschool?
You don't need to entertain these people.
I can hear your washing machine.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's okay, John.
Stimming is just repetitive motions. Basically, autistic people do them to self-soothe. Asperger's guy likely was just playing with a fidget, helps him concentrate. He wasn't playing with a fidget. He was playing. I know what the sound of an Xbox controller sounds like.
Yeah. You don't need an Xbox controller to stim.
Ooh, ASMR.
Like, I know what that sounds like.
No, I actually didn't do anything dumb yesterday.
John,
It's pretty crazy.
I can't do it on mine. Can you go into the? Hold on. Can you go into the queue and permanently ban the Kirshen guy? It won't let me do it. Oh, there it is. Never mind, I got it. Boom.
I don't know if my mod is that strong. I will test it though.
I already got it. He left a comment for me, so I could do it from there.
Okay.
Yeah, he was 100% playing with the controller. A dude should defend against distasteful comments according to his wife rather than keep the joke going uncool. My goodness gracious. Here's what's going to happen. If you defend it, they're going to do it more. I don't think you understand how the internet works. The goal of his comment is to piss me off. And for me to come defend and start going against it, he's just going to do it more and more and more and more. The only thing you could do with these idiots is keep the joke going. That's it. That's it.
It's called rage baiting. Me personally, my tactic is I just let them continue to talk as much as they want, and just look at them, and then they feel awkward.
Then he kisses them.
Yeah. They
oh, you're
get,
just asking
they
what
get
people's
to feel
opinion
awkward.
is. Okay.
Yeah.
Some people don't feel awkward though. Remember that one guy who went on for like 20 minutes and I didn't say a word?
Yeah, true.
He just kept going and going and going and going. Dog, stop requesting. Hey brother, can I come up? I got something to say real quick. No, say it in the comments.
Say it to yourself.
Well, I was waiting for you to get another guest.
I have no other guests. I got John.
Okay.
John, you want to debate on something?
Sure, why not?
Let's debate on should you wipe your butt with your right or left hand?
It depends whether you're left or right-handed.
Okay, if you're right-handed, which one should you wipe with?
Yeah, your strong hand.
Okay, but then you're going to go out and you're going to shake somebody's hand with your right hand after you wiped?
Well, here's the thing. You're going to wash your hands after you use the bathroom, Steele.
Yeah, but now we all know. Everybody's going to know every time they shake your hand that you wiped your butt with that hand.
Oh, wait, one second. My wife wants some.
Dog, stop requesting up. If you keep requesting up, I'm going to permanently ban you. Ban you? Banjo. I'm going to permanently banjo. Get a bit problem solver. A little bit of both ways. Better question, front to back or back to front? You go front to back. Front to back. That's the only explanation. That literally is the only explanation. Thank you, baby. Oh, that's a lot of coffee. I'm going to be sprung.
Dude, my wife made like salmon with this like Japanese barbecue sauce.
Every time you come up here.
Hey, at least I'm not on cam.
True. We got a barbecue. Been barbecuing. We made chicken last night. It was great. Mm-hmm. I don't remember. Did I have 2 cups of coffee? Is this my second or first? Is this my third or second cup? If it's my third, it's too much. I can't remember. Try to limit myself to 2 cups.
Dude, I debated Apex again last night.
Would you stop doing that?
He came up on live.
You say no.
No, he was on Brother Maverick. I wanted to debate him. I kicked him all over the place. It was on Jesus was a Muslim.
Hello.
And BBL, you lost to Ennis.
Hello, how are you?
I lost to Ennis?
Hold on.
Yes.
Stop talking for 2 seconds. Hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
Yes, I'm 27 and I'm here to answer your prompt.
All right, convince me to stop worshiping Jesus, please.
You have to stop worshiping Jesus because that was not even the message that he was preaching.
That's a conclusion, my friend.
No, that's the argument, my friend.
Okay.
That's not
Well,
how
I'll
arguments
just give the same argument. Nuh-uh.
Yeah. Okay, nuh-uh. To you.
Well, I haven't been convinced.
Okay, so Jesus was not preaching about you worshiping him. Therefore, you should stop worshiping him. Well, what's so hard to understand about that?
It doesn't follow. Are you stating for someone to be worshipped, they have to say it?
Yes, of course.
Where do you get that rule from?
Okay, are you going to worship me just because I didn't tell you to worship
That's
me?
a question.
No, that's an answer.
That's not an answer. It's a question.
No, it's
Where do you get the
answer.
understanding? Where do you get the understanding? For let's use this for example, right? In Genesis 1, God never says to
Yes.
Adam and Eve to worship him. Not once. Should they have worshipped him?
He does tell them to worship him.
Where?
It's not written, but it is implied.
How?
He's a maker, of course.
Okay, so he doesn't have to say worship me to be worshipped?
Mussies are literally
Yes,
the
he
worst
does.
callers every. I'm going to a meeting to avoid this clown.
See ya, Funky. Well, he won't be here long. He's just the only one up right now. All right. Yeah. So again, you said for someone to be worshipped, they have to say worship me. When did God say it to Adam and Eve in the garden?
Yeah, but it doesn't make sense for you to say you don't. You have to worship. You don't have to worship me. It's the reason.
Again, we'll try it again. You made the argument. This is your argument. P1, for someone to be worshipped, they have to say worship me. P2, Jesus never said worship me. Conclusion, don't worship Jesus. That's your argument, right? I'm trying to steel man you.
Yes.
Now I'm disagreeing with premise 1. I'm disagreeing with that
but
because
then-
you agree.
that's
You agree.
what
Hold on. You agree that
Yep.
Adam and Eve should worship God in the Garden of Eden. Yet at that time, God had never said worship me.
Yeah, he did.
Prove it.
He's a maker. It's literally implied.
If it's implied, he didn't say it.
So you have to. What does it have to do with the prompt? Even?
That's also question begging that Jesus isn't the maker. So
Yeah, but Jesus isn't the maker.
So no, we're not doing a shift. If it's implied, he
No,
never
because
said
I
it. So
came up
therefore,
to
your
answer
first
the
premise
prompt.
is wrong.
No, host. I came up to answer the prompt. I wanted to go to the Bible. You went to
No,
Adam
you're
and
running.
Eve
Now
and
you're
about
running.
God.
You're running.
No,
You're
I'm
running.
answering the prompt. What I came up for.
Someone opened up their mouth today. He's running.
What is this AI slot?
You're running. Now let's try again.
This is some.
Your first premise. For one to be worshipped, one has to say worship me. That was your first premise.
Yes.
In the Garden of Eden, should Adam and Eve worship God?
Yes, and he told them to.
When?
In the Bible, in the
Where?
Quran,
Where did he
ancient
say
text-
in the Garden of Eden, worship me?
Yeah, but some things are you can make. You can see the probability of the things that are said in the text.
How? How do you conclude that God said worship me in the
Okay,
garden?
he didn't tell them anything. He was just their friend. That's what you're saying.
That's not what I'm saying. You're making the argument.
but
You're making the argument
Yeah,
to
but
be
you make-
worshipped, you have to say worship me.
yeah, but you coming with the worst what you call examples I have ever heard
It's
of.
called a reductio, right? You think God
Okay,
ought to be
so
worshipped. Should God be worshipped?
Yes, God should be worshipped, and He told them to.
In the Garden of Eden, did God say worship me?
Yes.
Where?
That's what is implied.
Huh?
Why don't you worship me then? I haven't told you to not worship me.
I have no reason to worship you.
you sound
Why
stupid.
not?
Well, I'm
I
going to
just
go.
ate
I'm
a
going to go with
donut
the fact
today.
that I don't worship people with an IQ below 40.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you only worship people who have a higher IQ than you?
Well, I'm just saying one of the disqualifiers of worshiping someone for me
Yeah.
is if their IQ is below 40.
So if they have a higher IQ, you can worship them.
Well, one of the qualifiers, it'd have to be at least above 40, bare minimum. It's sufficient, but not
Okay.
necessary.
Okay, so like 100 million people you can worship.
No, it's sufficient, but not necessary.
Yeah. Yeah, but I think you're running, to be honest, and this is why I should stop worshiping Jesus. In BBL, you got smoked by Annas. You suck.
I just want everybody to remember when you read all these comments of the Muslims with the laughing face emojis saying that you got cooked or whatever, laughing at you, this is what's behind the text. It's not some sophisticated guy in a red coat with a monocle on reading. This is what you got. Oh, he left, by the way. I didn't kick him, but that's generally what you're getting in the comment sections, by the way. So if you're ever getting roasted by Muslims in the comment section, just remember that's the general demographic.
Yeah, you want to know how Anas cooked me, John?
How did an anus cook you? I mean, Anas. Sorry.
I misplaced the dating of Eusebius and Irenaeus. I'm sorry. So I said that Eusebius came first and then Irenaeus, and they lost their minds. And it's like, oh, there's no, like, they're going to clip me on that. The topic, by the way, was Jesus is a Muslim. And because I mixed up Irenaeus and Eusebius, they're like, they lost their mind like they got the victory.
That's why I don't debate Muslims anymore, because they're so dishonest that all they're looking for is a moment where you just slip up a little bit and then they're going to post it everywhere and say you got roasted. Most of them, like I still got people coming up saying Leafy roasted me. And I just asked them, what was the argument he used? None of them know.
Oh, no.
Not a single one of them know the argument. Not one person has come up and said this was his argument and this is why I roasted you. They don't care at all. It's like talking to children.
Yeah, it was hilarious, actually.
Let's do some soups. We haven't done them in a while. Unlike some of these trolls, I'll tell God, Big John helped steer me towards Jesus and walk me more by the Spirit daily. God bless. Thank you. That's the thing. Yeah, people come up and they're like, "Oh, you're driving me away from God." What about the people like this? Say I drove them towards God. I wonder if God's going to sit there and go, "Okay, John, you drove
It's almost
700
like
people away, but you drew 20 people in." And because if only one person comes to the knowledge of Jesus Christ, all of heaven rejoices. I wonder, what were you going to say?
Careful, John. You're starting to sound like a ministry.
Quoting the Bible makes me sound like a minister?
No, bringing people to the saving knowledge of Jesus Christ through your stream. How about that?
Okay, so the woman at the well started a ministry?
The woman at the well did ministry. Yes.
What did she start a ministry?
No,
like I told you before, John. I told you before, my ministry is my life. My YouTube channel is a business.
It's also your ministry.
No, my ministry is my life. And sometimes when I'm working at work, I do ministry. But I'm not going to say this is my ministry, guys. Guys, I'm not going to sit here and be like, can you super chat to just like, if you want to support my ministry, that's gross. If you want to support my ministry, guys, you could just support it. Sometimes I do ministry up here. Most of the time, I'm yelling at idiots for your entertainment. Are you not entertained? Also, yeah, there's a business. I'm trying to make money out of this. I'm not trying to, like, I didn't file for a nonprofit up in here. I'm paying my taxes.
Me and your wife both disagree.
Ad populum argument?
No, appeal to wife argument.
John,
technically, it would be an appeal to authority.
I'm the authority around here, son. John, I know we're all sinners, and I appreciate what you're doing, but maybe a better representation of Christ to try not to cuss, bro. For fuck's sakes, I did it again. I mean, sorry, for fudge sakes. Mother fricker. Mother fricker. Gosh dang it. Gosh dang it, I
just
swear
call
again.
them filthy hobbits. It starts with an F, and it just rolls off the tongue.
Here you go,
filthy
Abby.
Hobbits.
$2 for Abby. Was an atheist. Your arguments convinced me to further the truth. Cannot choose the right denomination without choosing Christ. P.S. Coco's a demon. Really awesome. I'm glad that you're coming to the knowledge of truth. I'd say before you choose your denomination, don't do it off feelings or shoebox salesmanship. Try to figure out what's true. Do your research. Do your study. Come to the right conclusions because it is true, not because of what you desire. You're one divorce away from making a generic country song hit, making millions. My wife's gone, house gone, cat gone, truck gone. I don't know what that's in reference to. I got to be on these quicker. Can we rename Shorts Chat to the circus for how many clowns are in there? Yeah, that's fine.
Ooh, let's make a song.
I've got to wait till I get my new Stream Deck in before I can add more features, because right now my buttons are full. I have no extra space for buttons. So once the new Stream Deck comes in, then I'll do it. It still hasn't shipped yet. It's going to be a while. There's so many goofballs in the short chat. Yeah, there are. Yeah. If anything, I would like to think that the fact that, oh no, we did this one. Yes. Yeah, that was a pop-up one. Overtime, Little John say, I didn't do any. He goes ahead and debates the most dumb Muslims, validating their own low-tier arguments. Anas is not low tier. Anas is a smart kid. I don't want to just shit on him because I don't like him. Why I don't like Anas is because he's dishonest, because he's going to do a thing like this. John gets the datings mixed up and it's a big gotcha moment. We're going to clip it and roast you, make fun of you. Extremely dishonest, extremely bad faith, not looking for truth. That's why I'm not interested in people like that.
He started screaming, "You're a pastor! You're a pastor!"
Because you accidentally got the dates mixed up. Wow.
If you are born again, you have laid down your life and everything you do is for the Lord, aka your ministry. That is how we keep the Sabbath as the temple of the Lord, a priest of God.
Amen. My life is my ministry. My YouTube channel is my business. It's how I feed my family. It's how I keep my wife happy. This is my job, ladies and gentlemen. I have to go to it. It's not a ministry.
Yeah. So premise 1, my life is my ministry. Premise 2, my YouTube is a part of my life. Conclusion, guess what?
No. The conclusion there would be all my YouTube is a ministry. Right? Now, it's the case that some of my YouTube is a ministry. So therefore my YouTube isn't a ministry. It's not identical to ministry. Some of my YouTube contains ministry, right? Have you ever done a Venn diagram?
I think the entire thing's a ministry because it's always defending Christ.
What about when I just cussed at somebody for fun, or what do I do weird dances, or I roast people for video content? What about the fact that I posted a video of Chris? You think that's for ministry?
Okay, I haven't seen the Chris video. What'd you do?
It's just our conversation with Chris. I just posted it.
Who's Chris?
Chris, your favorite atheist apologist. The guy who does street ministry for atheism.
Oh, nasty little hobbit.
Yeah. You think that's for ministry? That's for views, bro. Brute Facts wants to come up, but he's so like annoying and just not smart. And Ocean River, same water. Yes. Toast check.
Oh, Ocean River, same water. So, yeah, I crashed out the other day.
No, but put my camera on.
Oh.
I crashed out the other day.
Homemade bread.
Oh.
John, you need to shut up until I finish my super chats.
Well, the
Stop.
Ocean River, same water thing.
Coco, no. Short when? we could do that one as a short. Abby, you could put a note on that. All right, Eddie, I'm going to bring you up, bro, because I haven't talked to you forever. I love you, but as soon as you get boring, you're getting the boot. You get in the boot. Oh, where'd you go? Where'd you go? He left.
He must have hurt his feelings.
Who cares about his feelings?
No, the Ocean River, same water. Someone was trying to say if Jesus has an origin from like being eternally begotten from the Father or eternally generated, then he's created. And I said, imagine that there is an eternal ocean that generates an eternal river, such as that the river's origin is a relation of origin. I said, ocean, river, is it the same water? And the guy, I literally asked him probably 30 times, and then I started speaking caveman. I started screaming.
Actually, I was thinking about it. I'm like, John, there's a heresy there, and actually, I'm thinking about it more and more. I'm like, you might have something.
That guy.
Well, John. Here's the thing: if it's gonna be a problem if I say like this is the Trinity. But if I'm just talking about how something can have an origin without being created, that's different.
Yeah, that guy was extremely dishonest and annoying. You actually drove me to Clubhouse. I couldn't do it anymore.
Who?
You, last night. The guy you're talking about. I listened to that whole thing. I was there.
Oh, Anas with
Yeah,
the
yeah,
Eusebius thing?
yeah, you moved me down, remember, to bring them up there. Yeah.
The song's making this officially not a ministry. There you go. There you go.
And I was actually going to volunteer to move down before you said, Eddie, I'm moving you down. I was like,
Oh, that was
damn.
Apollo. That was Apollo. That wasn't Anas. And then I found out Apollo talks to 15-year-old boys and tries to do things. And then I blocked him. Yeah. So anyway.
Even the silliest things are crash outs strengthen my faith. Therefore, this is a ministry in my book. Shut up, Gabe. If I listen. I don't need a cripple's opinion in here. Okay.
That's wild.
John, I have been trying, Big John, make sure I get the right. I have been trying to get somebody to debate me on cussing and Christians.
They ought not, or can.
They won't debate me.
No. But are you? Which position do you take? That they should or should not?
Well, it's a dangerous one if you say they should not, because in a nutshell, without going through the whole argument, the words are nothing but social mores.
I still don't know your position.
I'll debate you.
Yeah, I think anybody that uses vulgar language around people that's, in places where they know people are offended, it's the intent. If you're trying to offend people, then I think it's wrong. But other than that, no, there's nothing wrong.
All right, here it is, ladies and gentlemen. Cursing is a sin because it's foul language of dead fruit, not living fruit. Excellent, fine, phenomenal. Can you give me the necessary or sufficient conditions on how we determine which language is foul?
Well, that's the whole thing. See, what happens is they're nothing but social mores. What's wrong here as a word is not wrong somewhere else. And what they're doing is they're allowing society to deem what's moral and not. And that is not where you want to go.
Abby, should we open up the queue? Should we open up the queue to convince us that Christians shouldn't swear? Abby's shaking her head.
I want to know who just arbitrarily decided, who really sat there and thought about bullshit and all of these different,
Coco, calm down.
No, that's my bully, my American bully. That's Jack's baby. But you do need to shut up.
This one's an intro. I always think this. Do you think Jesus swore? I have no freaking clue. He could have.
Yes. Yes, he did. Yes.
But hold on. Let me land this plane. Did Jesus ride bicycles? Do you think Jesus drove a car? Do you think Jesus did backflips? Do you think Jesus did jiu-jitsu? Like, we could just take that kind of argument and apply it to so many different things. Anyways, what were you going to say, Eddie? He did swear?
Yeah, yes, he did drive a car because they were all together in one accord. Jesus did cuss. When he called the Pharisees the brood of vipers, it was the strongest possible language at the time. He was literally calling them assholes, POSs. I mean, he was very, very strong with his language against the Pharisees.
Yeah, I think I agree too. So I agree with you because Ephesians 5:14 is pretty clear, and even historically speaking, it's pretty clear the language should only be used for building up. So if I'm cussing at somebody, yelling at them in swear words, I'm definitely sinning. But at the same time too, like if I say to my wife, I effing love you, right?
Yeah, right. I know exactly. It's everything, but I think that's what people. So I think that's a great point, John. And I think most people need to really understand this. That's what Jesus's whole ministry more or less was about the heart, our intentions. It's because the Jews were so fixated on outwardly.
No, this is coffee.
Outwardly practices, showing that they were the pious and all of this. And Jesus was telling them, there's a whole Sermon on the Mount thing, it's in your heart is what it is. So what your intention is what's wrong. I can get mad at somebody and call them a stupid fluffernutter, real angry, and it's just as bad as calling them an SOB.
Amen. Where's the ops? The two of you up here scared everybody away.
No, I'll mute. I just want to bounce up and say, what's up, bro? It's good to see you again.
It's good to see you too, man.
For
those that don't know, Brute Facts, Eddie is somebody who I've known since I started my channel. A wise individual, imparted a lot of knowledge on me in the beginning.
That's I appreciate that, but you and John have shot way ahead, so I gotta sometime catch up. I travel a lot for work now. I still want to do content and stuff, but it's just so hard. Anyway, I just wanted to say what's up. Good to see you guys. Love you guys. Keep up the good work.
Love you, bro. You don't feel like you have to go. I'm just saying you scared everybody away.
No. I was just hopping up here because I had enough of the other John last.
Actually, this my intro. Rick.
Hey, how's it going? Can you hear me?
You're all muffled again, bro.
Yeah, one second. Let me try and get my mic set.
All right, it's gonna get Phil Broy. So everybody who is easily bored, this is your time to go get a burger.
Is this better?
Ontology.
Oh yeah, that's better.
You mean it's time for me to listen?
That's
okay. Better. All right, so looks like there's the usual prompt. I see.
Rick, you're such a staple here. You can argue any topic you want. I'll let you pick the topic.
Oh no. Well, I had something in mind, so I'll go with that rather than some random stuff that I'm tempted to. So essentially, the argument that I'm going to run is kind of like the reverse Uno card of the fine tuning. So essentially, there's a large set of constants. I think 24 currently. There could be fewer if we find out that some of them are fundamental and there's some sort of unification. But as far as we know, there's 24. The normal fine-tuning argument goes, there's some if you graph them in a multidimensional graph, there's some small area that the constants can be where atoms are even possible, right? So that's used to argue that it's much more likely that God's real rather than naturalism. So I'm going to say is that God's act of creation is contingent, and he can do anything that's logically possible. He can change the constants to anything that he wants.
Mm.
And so there's essentially an infinite set of constants he could choose from.
Mm-hmm.
And so that means that there's it's essentially the limit of x approaching zero the limit of x as x approaches 1 over infinity is essentially zero. So there's functionally zero chance that he would create this world specifically.
Wait, are you steel manning or are you arguing against?
I'm arguing against.
It sounds like you're saying that there's so many options he could have picked. Him picking this world is so infinitesimally small, he doesn't exist.
It's exceedingly unlikely. It's the likelihood that he would have created a world with these specific constants in this arrangement is infinitely less likely than the case on naturalism, where the case on naturalism there's a very it's crazy
wait
10 to the negative.
So your argument is that the likelihood that God would create the universe as is so much smaller than the universe as is randomly coming into existence?
Yeah, even if there was an equal probability distribution for each of the constants, which we don't even know if that's the case, but that's I'm giving you guys some rope here. It's there's 0.000 repeating 10 times odds that their atoms are even possible, right? And that's under naturalism. But then under like theism, where there's a creator God whose creation is contingent, the likelihood that the constants are what they are is like essentially it's like functionally zero. Like anyone who's on like pre-calculus knows what limits are.
I don't
You see what I'm
understand how this
saying?
is. Yeah, I get what you're saying. I just don't understand how it's an argument against God's existence.
It's so it's exceedingly unlikely that he would create. We see that creation is what it is.
So
Um,
that
yeah,
inference right there, it's exceedingly unlikely that a God would create.
functionally zero.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's going to need the justification. Why would it be exceedingly unlikely that God would create?
Okay, are you arguing that God in this
Or
idea
sorry, would
would
create the world
exist?
as it is.
Are you
Would create the
arguing?
world as it is.
But hold
Sorry.
on, are you arguing that this God exists but just didn't create? Like, are you arguing that
Um,
position?
I'm essentially arguing like the best explanation for like the constants is that
A massive hole in your argument is that you're assuming God is choosing the constants arbitrarily, which is entirely ignoring the whole point of the design argument.
I don't think he's doing it arbitrarily. I think the point is, correct me if I'm
yeah.
wrong, is that you're saying that it's so God creating, the odds of him creating in this specific system is so astronomically small because he has an infinite amount of choices being all powerful that it's more likely that it happening random is to be true.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, here's the point of contention I have. So even though creation is contingent, God necessarily is a creator, right? So under theism, it's not going to be the case that just because there is all of these other possibilities under theism, to where we say God necessarily is a creator, it's like by metaphysical necessity, God will create. The probability that he'll create goes way up.
Modal collapse.
Yeah, I could go either way with that one. I could go, yeah, modal collapse, or I could say even if he is just going to create, the odds that he would choose these constants are infinitely less likely than under naturalism. So, inference the best explanation, it's naturalism.
So there's also another view that is it's referenced as Schaeffer's laser, and it talks about how God creates. Well, it does a couple of things. One, referencing how God creates types of worlds, not tokens of worlds. So when you say these individual constants is like God puts the constants in place in such a way, a type of world is where God creates a universe that is
You
comes.
did this with Rick before, John. We went over the type token distinction in the world creation.
Okay. All right. Well, okay. Without going too deep into it, the type and token world distinction is something that is involved here as well.
But also just looking at odds, let's say you have a 6 billion side dice, and then you have 100,000 trillion pieces of cards with different numbers on it. If somebody's intentionally picking a card versus throwing a die, even though the number, like mathematically speaking, the odds of the die landing randomly are much lower than picking the card, is it really that much lower considering that there's intent in what God is doing?
This sounds like the
yeah,
bare
'cause
non-design argument. Did you get this
thing-
from Friction?
I can't remember. I've been watching a lot of Monkey Boy and Jack Angstrike.
Yep. Okay. So yeah, this is the exact argument I thought it was. It's called bare non-design.
So yeah, the odds like
Bare non-design
with
is more
John's
probable than bare design.
with Big John's analogy that you're saying here, essentially like it's even less than the number of cars that you just said. Like did you do a pre-calculus perchance? If not, I can explain what limits are really quick.
Well, what I'm saying is, let's say, let me just be clear, right? Let's say there's 100,000 billion, quadrillion, whatever cards. but God's always going to pick this one card. Well, then the odds of that card being picked are 1 in 1, no matter how many other options there are. But if we're talking about throwing the die, right, that's always going to have like a higher probability.
Yeah, so you'd have to justify why he would choose this card out of the other, trillion or so.
Yeah, that one's easy, right? And that goes back into like the type token distinction, right? God only has to set a certain standard of parameters to reach an ultimate goal in His plan, right? Is to have a higher good than just Himself, right? Because God alone isn't the highest possible good, and because God is the most good thing that you could possibly be, He's going to desire more good than He has, and a better good than just God alone is like having free creatures that freely choose the good.
Sure, but you'd have to justify why that would lead you to think that the constants are what they are.
Well, because you're gonna need creatures, right? So you're gonna need the constants to be in a position that sustain free creatures. So again, God sets the parameters, and then the rest, as long as the end goal is desired range, there could be some randomness to it as well.
So it actually gets even worse as far as the odds go, because not only can he change those values to whatever he wants, he could actually make it such that the beta particles have consciousness and like love and whatever. So like the I think it's called like the psychophysical laws, like whatever is bringing about consciousness, he can actually make that different. Or you could say like, oh, I actually want atoms to form whenever the gravitational constant's like way lower or way higher, because we only know that it works in this universe because like we have like models for it. But he could actually put it out of the normal range where atoms would normally form, and he could just say, I actually want to change the physical laws, because he can do anything logically possible with respect to being constrained by his liabilities, I think was said last time.
Mm-hmm.
So it's still it's like functionally zero. Like if I'm looking for an explanation for why the world is the way it is.
So the big thing too is like when you talk about changing the physical laws, there's description and prescription. When we're looking at the physical laws, and this would actually probably be an argument for you, not even for me. We're talking about what we see and what we observe and what it entails. So if you set the universe for example, that gravity was driving everything apart, but somehow we operated in the universe with everything being driven apart, well, we would still just describe the universe that we're in with those descriptions. And so again, ultimately, God is looking towards the end goal, rather than like the it's not really the journey, it's the end with God, I guess.
Have you ever heard of nested arbitrariness?
No, but could I respond to Big John really quick, because I think this might actually be in his favor. Yeah, I think you could say like given that there's some sort of entity that has like metacognition and can think about this stuff, what's more likely is naturalism or God created it. And then yeah, all you'd have to say is that it's likely that a God would create, period. And then as long as he has the goal of creating. So I think what you'd have to do is justify, period, that he would have the desire to create.
Yeah, well, I think the justification comes from the entailment that he is, a being with. I always forget the freaking phrase I use. It's my term.
You gotta get it tattooed on your arm.
I do gotta get it tattooed on my arm. I forget it every time. What's the phrase I use for God again, John? Being with maximal power or something like that. Max power being. A being with unbound power. Thank you. So we're looking at this being with unbound power. A being with unbound power would have to entail some sort of goodness to it, because to have evil is a privation of something, and this being has unbound power, so therefore it's not privated of anything. So therefore it has to be max form of goodness, and because it's max form of goodness, it would want to seek more good, and God alone cannot be the highest possible form of good, because there's entailments of like virtue which he cannot have because of his nature.
Why would virtue be good?
A being that just seeks to do the good freely when it has the option not to just seems intuitively better than a being just is good.
Well, you'd have to define like what good is, and then justify why like a unbound being would want the good, I guess.
Why I feel like I justified why an unbound being would want the good. That was the first part I just did, and then the second part would be another justification.
I'm not sure that that justifies why it wants the good.
So
Because
if a
like you'd
being,
have to define what the
well,
good is.
let
Like
me
I don't
run
understand what
let
good
me run
is.
through it again. So a being with unbound power doesn't lack anything.
Mm-hmm. Doesn't lack anything, no.
Lacks nothing, right? Our definition of evil is a privation of something. So
privation of something, or
yeah. Well, evil is a privation
privation
of what is good ultimately, and so good to be a state of being.
It wouldn't be. So you're saying good is the opposite of evil, but evil is the privation of good.
No,
That's like a
good is not the opposite of evil. Good is, right? There is a good. There isn't an evil. Evil isn't a thing. It's a privation of a thing.
Okay. I'm just not sure that the definition of good right now is very informative as to like what it is. Because you're saying it's being, period, right?
Yeah, because God is being. So our definition of good is just God. We're getting down to the axiom.
So God is definitionally good. Is he perfectly good?
What do you mean by perfectly good?
Perfect essentially just means like there could be no more.
There could be no more.
Yeah.
So in his nature, you cannot get any higher in his nature. But in existence in itself, yes, there can be more good.
Okay. And why would I guess more entities be the good?
Well, we have a being that's this perfect state of goodness, right? Because it's a perfect
Mhm.
state of goodness, it would want to desire more goodness, would it not?
Yes.
Okay, so we're
But
on
you'd
board
end up
with that.
with infinite entities with this from this.
Well, no.
'Cause
Our being in itself just isn't good in itself.
okay.
So just a human coming into existence, right? You don't have to have an unlimited amount of entities or continue going forth. And that even may be the possibility, right? God can continue on creating ad infinitum. So that's a possibility as well.
Okay, so you're saying good is being, God is being, so God is good. But like being is just like it's just like existence, or
God is existence. That's the
like
classical viewpoint.
to me being is a predicate, you know. Like I have being, you have being, this cup has being.
So what are we saying when we say being then, when we're talking about existence?
That's kind of what I was going to ask you, because like I normally view like existence as like a predicate of some sort, like being as a predicate.
I think when we're
Which is a
talking about
property.
like in predication, right? Doesn't that entail like one can exist without being?
No, not really. Like if the thing, and that this includes like mental being. Like there's different types of being. Like they could be like physical, mental, you know, whatever you want to call it. It's just like has existence in the real world.
Yeah, so something possesses existence.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like something has being.
But if something doesn't possess existence, does it exist?
Something doesn't possess existence. Does it exist? Uh, no. And I would say there's different types of being, so you have to specify the type.
Well, we're talking about existence.
Like bare existence. If something doesn't have like just bare existence, then no, it doesn't exist.
What do you mean by bare existence?
Just like is in
Doug,
reality.
I forgot the argument because we're so far stuck on being now. I don't even know what we're arguing anymore.
I'm sorry. I was just saying like I don't think that like God would desire to create anything at all. Because I guess normally I'm familiar with God being defined as like some sort of like perfect like entity. And I don't know if that's the semantic that you would use.
Well, yeah. So when we talk about perfect, means it lacks nothing. Like it lacks nothing, right? And there's no mistake or error in it. So
Yeah. So
we say God is perfect, as in He lacks nothing, and there's no mistake or error.
Okay. Is there a state of affairs God sans creation? Like God without creation?
Well, it depends on your viewpoint, right? It depends on your how you hold the time. John would say yes. I would say no.
Okay. I guess I'll argue against you then. I would say, oops. A state of affairs that contains only that which is perfect is a perfect state of affairs. God is a perfect being. State of affairs, but therefore, God without creation would be perfect. A perfect state of affairs is most desirable. A perfect being is perfectly rational. Perfectly rational beings only desire the most desirable state of affairs.
I disagree with premise one. Before I've heard this argument before, so I disagree with premise one. I don't think a perfect being alone by itself is a perfect state of affairs.
And why don't you think that?
Yeah, because we could have higher possible goods, like free beings that choose virtue. And so we're now moving towards a perfect state of affairs. So I think a being with creation, an extrinsic thing outside of it, can achieve higher possible goods and achieve higher possible aspects of like perfection. But the perfection is like the difference between intrinsic and extrinsic properties, right? So we have intrinsic God. In God, there is nothing that needs to be fixed. He's perfect. But extrinsically, you can have perfection outside of God. So God can create, right? He can get a higher possible good. He can get a state of perfection that he seeks out. And again, this would be the definition of perfection as like it has no flaws in his intent and design.
Okay, I just
This is why I think last time we talked, I spoke about how the only thing that I index perfection to is God Himself. That nothing extrinsic to God could ever be considered perfect.
Again, I agree with John, but depending on the semantic of perfect here.
Yeah, I would say like perfect in this sense is like the most desirable thing or the most desirable state of affairs. Like if you want
I
like
would
the
not
perfect
agree
cake.
with that.
Okay, so like I would say like the perfect cake, you know, if you want a cake, the perfect cake is the one that's most desirable. But that's like a specific thing. But just more generally, like you want like a perfect state of affairs.
The problem with that is that then you start going into subjectivity, and with subjectivity, you'd have like the law of excluded middle, because in my perspective, the perfect cake would be like a chocolate cake, and your perspective would be vanilla. Which one is actually perfect?
Yeah, so that's why like if there's a all-powerful, all-knowing God, they would know that they are perfect. And like perfect things, if you add something, like the cake example, if you add something to the cake, to the perfect cake, it's no longer perfect.
Yeah, so God's going to get his most desirable state. So then his creation would be perfect based off your definition.
I would not agree, because whenever like you have like a set and there's like the set is perfect, from if the set changes in any sense, it goes from perfect to not perfect.
I didn't say it was perfect. I said he's going to get perfect.
So why wouldn't he instantiate perfection instantaneously? Because if I'm looking like at all the states of affairs,
so now we're going back to that first argument you brought up to me when we first talked. Why didn't God actualize a world where somebody only freely chooses the good?
this is even you could view it as that, but I would view it as something like more akin to the argument that I just mentioned. Like if God is like some sort of ultimate perfect being, and even if you say that it's better that there's other beings in there, if you view it as a set and you say the set is in this state of affairs perfect, any change to that state of affairs would mean that it's no longer perfection.
Again, I think the word perfect here is doing a lot of heavy lifting.
Yeah, it's just
because your definition is the most desirable state. So if God desires the state to change,
then you're saying what would be perfect would change. So
well,
why would
that's what I'm saying. That's why I don't like your definition, because like your definition,
Okay.
if God desires a state of affairs that consistently changes throughout time to reach an ultimate goal, then it is perfect.
Okay. So in your mind, what is God's ultimate goal, which would be the perfect state of affairs?
To have creatures that freely choose to be with Him.
And could God instantiate that instantly?
Now we're getting right back to that first argument.
We are.
Yeah, so it's full circle.
I mean, I'm just not. I don't know. Could I type out your argument in premise form so I could analyze it more closely? Just from hearing it, it just didn't seem like there would need to be any creation whatsoever.
Well, I'm not really bringing an argument. I'm challenging yours. You gave a premise. I disagreed with it.
Okay, and you disagreed with
your premise one that a perfect being is a perfect state of affairs.
Okay, and so.
And also, by your definition, that premise falls apart too.
Why would that be?
Because your definition is the most desirable thing. So if a perfect thing desires more creation, then it would create.
Yeah, I just don't think that it would desire creation because it already has perfection, with it being the only thing in reality.
Yeah, which would go to the evidential argument that we'd say God is all good because God wouldn't create for its own sake. It would create for the sake of the creation. The implication there is that you're saying a perfect being wouldn't desire to do something. Is the implication there is that one only desires what benefits itself.
I mean, ultimately, yeah, like in some sense, like it has to benefit itself, either in some sort of sense of it gets some sort of enjoyment or some sort of satisfaction from it.
I don't agree with that. I don't agree that one has to do something for the benefit of itself, that it can only do something for the benefit of itself.
I mean, it can be with others and for the self at the same time.
Yeah, but the ultimate entailment there, again, what you're stating is that God, if perfect, would not do anything else because it needs or requires nothing. And the implication there is that one would only do something is if it needed something. And I don't agree with that premise.
Okay, then would you say that God's act of creation is contingent or necessary then?
Contingent as it could be another way.
Okay. And would you say it's I'm talking about like a creation period. Like, could there be creation or not creation?
I think God would necessarily create.
Yeah, I hold the same view. Now, when we say necessity here, right? We have the actual world, right? And within the actual world, we say, okay, this is obviously going to be the case if we believe God exists. Then metaphysically, under this system, He's going to create this world. Now, if you're saying all metaphysically possible worlds, necessity there can mean something different, because what theologians have wanted to do forever is basically maintain that God freely creates in like a libertarian sense, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So
why would you say like bare creation is necessary? Do you have like an argument for that?
Well, we're going back to an all good being would desire a higher, better goods, and it's just like axiomatically true that a being that freely chooses the good is better.
All good being would desire
it's
more
also
goods.
it's also a state of affairs. And I think I gave this to you last time as well, in which there's a dispositional attribute of God that can only be expressed in virtue of an extrinsic creation.
Rick, you got 2 minutes. Just letting you know.
So imagine this, okay? You know what a dispositional property is, right?
I don't.
Oh, okay. So dispositional property, just think about this. It is a property that is true of an object but it is a property that is going to be, I mean, basically understood as potential. So when I say the glass on the table is fragile, right? I'm saying that there's a capability, it has the capability of shattering, but that's a dispositional property.
Yeah, I know what that is now.
Since I've only got
okay.
about a minute left, I'll just hammer down on the first argument that I made. So in the odds that it's essentially zero that God would create a world such as it is, whenever we look around and we see why are things the way that they are, it's significantly more likely that naturalism would be true, since it has some value, whereas the other one is functionally zero under theism.
Yeah, I'm just not convinced
I
of
see
that.
no reason to accept. Yeah, I see no reason to accept why it would
I mean,
be
do you deny
functionally
math?
zero.
You just deny the
Well,
math.
but again, I go back to like, how do you figure out the math for a being that freely chooses to pick something versus something that's randomly selected, right? It doesn't matter how many options there are if the being intends to pick option 17. The probability of it picking 17 is 1 in 1.
1 to 1. Have you ever seen Luke Barnes' Bayesian fine tuning?
But it's not 1-to-1 though, because we're working backwards here, because you're saying create period, and I'm saying create with these specific set of properties. So you could say that there is some creation and it could be another world, but you could say that our world was not created, it would be in naturalism. So you're just talking about bare creation. I'm talking about bare creation with this specific set of properties.
Yeah, again, we could go into type token distinction, right? God has a specific goal. Specific goal is 17. 17 can be encapsulated with a certain set of parameters. And all God has to do is set the parameters.
Why would he have that specific goal of 17?
Because God desires beings that freely choose him.
Well, he could make another. That still doesn't encapsulate our universe, because our universe does have beings that choose him, but he could make that out of any set of constants.
Yeah,
so there could be another world.
For one, we don't know if that there is a metaphysically possible. Hold on, let me, and I'll let you go, John. I won't kick him, and I'll let you say your point. For one, we don't know all possible worlds, and we don't know ultimately every aspect of God's goal. This could be the only possible logical world that actually leads to his ultimate goal and his desire. So he's always going to pick 17, which again might lead to like a modal collapse kind of thing, and we can go into that. Or again, it could just be a set of parameters, and set of parameters are going to lead to beings that lead to like bipedal creatures that follow God, but we could have been lizards, we could have been on the planet, right? There's a lot of different parameters that could have changed ultimately. But again, I don't see how we look at it like the odds are low, therefore he doesn't exist, especially when we're considering we're not looking at odds when God is willing something. Because it's not random. It's not an odds thing.
So
I promise, John.
There's a conversation on John Steele's videos, if you go back and find it, between Stephen Kirshner and Ryan Mullins. And Ryan Mullins, one defense that he gives for this, because Stephen Kirshner basically is saying the same thing you're saying. It's like, okay, well, why is it this specific set of constants? It's like if you have 12 quintillion Rice Krispie boxes, and all of them are Rice Krispies, and then God is just arbitrarily choosing a box of Rice Krispies to throw down, and he takes this choice to be arbitrary in that sense. What Ryan Mullins does is he goes into what's called nested arbitrariness. So nested arbitrariness is going to be something like this. If you have claim A, and it's true because of rule B, and rule B exists because of like some principle C, right? That's going to be what you call nested arbitrariness, to where there's a justification for each set of what is arbitrary. So if you say, okay, God arbitrarily chooses this world with this specific set of constants, but the reason he arbitrarily chooses this world with this set of constants is because of another reason. Like an example you could look at is like imagine you have a kid. Like I have kids, right? And I say something like, or my daughter says something to me like, hey, why can't I do this? Why can't I do X? And I say, because I said so. And then she says, well, why does you saying so mean anything? Oh, because I'm the parent. Well, why does you being the parent make your decisions authoritative? Because, you know, that like I'm your guardian. That's the rule. I made you. This is what's going to be referenced as nested arbitrariness, to where each arbitrary thing is still going to be justified by a prior arbitrary thing. And so the justification principle is still applied.
Okay, Rick, I'll let you have the last word.
I don't. It's still arbitrary at the end, because if you're saying there's like some sort of chain of arbitrariness, either there has to end in some sort of necessary thing, or there's an infinite chain of like arbitrary reasons.
I don't think that's what John's saying. I'll let you respond to this, but I think it's more along the lines of like, my wife says she's hungry, right? And so therefore what's going to happen is I'm going to take her out to eat. But it doesn't have to be like McDonald's. It could be like Subway. And so there's an arbitrary aspect of like the restaurant we're going to, but the conditions of wife hungry, therefore satisfy condition of making wife not hungry, needs to be fulfilled. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, it can terminate at the nature of God. So the nature of God himself, this is not going to be something that's going to be considered arbitrary, but we can actually apply evidences for in terms of characteristics. But the other nested arbitrary decisions, they're justified by at least a short chain of arbitrary decisions.
Rick, I promise you the last word.
So go ahead.
I'm unconvinced, but I still got to say that the nested arbitrary thing, you're saying that it ends in some sort of necessity.
Dog, it's your job to convince us.
No, I know, but like you're correct. Sorry, let me. Dang, I
go
can't
watch the Stephen Kirshner Ryan Mullins conversation.
I'll go ahead and
like
watch it. All right, thanks.
God bless, man.
Adios.
I got lost in the sauce there at the beginning. I was like, what the hell are we even debating anymore?
It's there's a guy named Friction Philosophy, and he wrote a paper against Luke Barnes' Bayesian fine-tuning argument that he calls bare design and bare non-design, to where he tries to give a reverse Bayesian fine-tuning argument. That's what he's running, because that's exactly what Monkey Boy and Jack Angstreich run.
I hate Filbo arguments.
I hate fine-tuning arguments.
Fine-tuning arguments aren't the best. I agree with that. We had people in the queue and then they left. No, I'm more of an evidentialist.
Yeah, I mean, I think fine-tuning is interesting, for sure, and I think Luke Barnes probably has the strongest formulation.
Any relation to Bucky Barnes?
I don't know.
All right, guys. Today's topic is convince us to stop worshiping Jesus. We got about 30 minutes left, so if you wanted to come prove to the whole world that Christians are idiots, now's your chance to do it. You can click the link inside the Shorts chat or in the description, or if you're watching on the non-Shorts chat, it's also pinned in the description. If you're watching on TikTok, you only have to join in the multi-guest button. As of Wednesday, we'll also be live streaming on Kick because we got offered a Kick partnership program to come over there and start streaming. So we're going to do that. But yeah, it's the bare necessities, the only bare necessities. Join the Discord, do all those things. Yep. Amen. 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 Become a member, access exclusive content at bigjohnsteel.com. The Discord. Yeah. John, you gotta if you want to do a reaction to something, tomorrow's the day to do it, by the way. You said you wanted to do one for a while. So if you know something.
Tomorrow is a work day. I'm off on Mondays.
Okie dokie. Mm-hmm.
I'm getting ready to leave for Cuba, and I have a lot to do. I'm actually, as I'm sitting here now.
Can you get me some cigars?
From Cuba?
Mm-hmm.
Sure.
Sweet. What do you mean from Cuba? You've never heard of a Cuban cigar?
No, I have, but
you can't get them. You can't get them in Canada. It's illegal to buy in Canada.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to explain to my fellow pastor why I'm going to buy Cuban cigars on a mission trip. But sure, why not?
Oh, you're still muted, Abby.
Will he be able to ship those though?
You have to wrap them up real tight so the dogs can't smell them.
John's gonna get arrested.
I don't know the rule.
I don't know.
He wants to get me just like stopped at the border. I'm never gonna get home to my family.
I'm gonna ask Google if you could do it. Yeah, it's perfectly legal to import, bring Cuban cigars in Canada because Canada maintains long-standing bilateral trade relations with Cuba. There are no trade embargo restrictions against them. Oh, I guess we can now. You
Then you
still
can get
can't get them
yourself
here, though.
then.
No, you can't. They're nowhere.
Order them from Amazon.
No, I want you to get them from me straight from Cuba.
Cuban Amazon.
I want to get it straight from Cuba. I want you to go find the little slave child that made it and buy it straight from them.
Julio. Sorry. Anyway.
All right, are we going to get any more guests or what? We've been really struggling with guests lately, which is crazy because we're not struggling with viewership. We're still getting crazy views, but we're just not getting guests.
Nasty little hobbits.
And again, TikTok doesn't count. That's not what I'm referring to. And as soon as somebody say that, somebody on TikTok goes, "You only got 80 viewers." We're not live on just TikTok. Most of our viewers aren't here. You just bake everyone. That's not true. Rick has baked me a couple times. That guy, the nice conversation. He did a really good job. I don't think he baked me because that Merriam argument is pretty solid. But he brought up a solid argument that I'm going to have to go look into a little bit more.
What argument?
Jesus couldn't inherit the throne of David because in Jeremiah it says that his lineage none of his children will be able to sit on the throne.
Why? Wait a minute.
Wait a minute.
Why is that an issue?
Hold up. Wait a minute. It says in Jeremiah that this person, none of their children will be able to inherit the Davidic throne, and that person is a child. One of their children lead to Jesus.
When we say throne of David, though, I mean,
you okay?
I mean, yeah, I mean, the throne of David can be referenced to two things. It can be referenced to the like literal authority and kingship under Solomon and so on and so forth. And then it can also refer to like the authority that's going to be represented by the line. Throne of David doesn't have just one meaning. So, I mean, that would be my immediate question.
Like I said, I don't think it was a
What's the
defeater.
verse?
I just have to look at it. I don't know.
What's the verse?
Go back and watch the video.
You said Jeremiah what?
Jeremiah something. It's between the Jeremiah chapter 1 and the last chapter. Between that.
Oh, you dick sickle. Daggum it.
What?
Dick sickle.
Oh, sorry.
Is this person going to connect or what?
Sean, I thought you were a pastor.
Yeah, I'm sending that to your congregation.
Yeah, well, that was a slip.
And he's a youth pastor, if that. Jeremiah 22:30, someone said.
Okay, thank you.
Major plebe. All right, well, can we call it a day? I guess.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Oh, I have this highlighted for some reason.
You probably ran into the same argument at some point. That's the problem. A lot of arguments I learn and then I don't hear it for like months or years and then I forget to. Only Christians are supposed to interpret scripture? Says who? This guy's hilarious. He thinks evolution isn't real. LOL. Okay, well, why don't you come up and convince me that evolution is real? Link is literally in the thingamajig. Come on up, Colin. Also, Colin? Come on. Is Colin going to be calling up to convince me of evolution? We shall see. We shall see. Take care, guys. Maybe you will listen to The Simple one day for what?
Don't worry about that person.
They can't come up, John. Shorts chat are cowards, usually. Usually they just sit there and talk a bunch of shit and never come into the queue. Some Christians believe in evolution, just saying. Yes, they do. John is one of them. I am agnostic. Also, people take me as like an anti-evolutionary guy. I'm literally more than open to evolution. Like if I found out tomorrow there's like unequivocal amount of evidence and data evolution is true and it cannot be denied, I'd be like, okay, evolution is true. And I'd continue on my life exactly as it is. Is Rick still here? No, we moved him on because it was getting boring. And the problem with the boring conversations, the Philbro conversations, is that it's going to guarantee that less callers are going to come in because they get bored and they leave. The people who want to come up and yell and are all aggravated, they leave. That's the danger, and we know this because we've brought Rick on at the beginning of conversations sometimes, and then the rest of the live is dead. But we were towards the end today, so I thought it was okay. But if you get those people who come up right away, you're like, show me the evidence of Jesus. Show it to me. And we usually have callers for the rest of the day. It just somehow, it's how it works. Do I have a cigar preference, John? No, not really. I actually had one yesterday. I had a cigar yesterday for first one this year. It was great. It was great. I think Jesus broke the law of Moses in the first commandment. Did he now? Oh, is this the guy going to convince me of evolution? Nope.
So I can convince you of evolution.
Go for it.
Indigenous retrovirus. ERV.
Yeah, I know what that is. It did
Yep,
not convince me.
That is the strongest evidence.
I agree. I agree. It's the strongest evidence. Still didn't convince me. Colin. Hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you? Well, let me refresh. Maybe it's me. Also, how is it that it says that you've been up here for 38 minutes? You just came on. All right. I can hear you, man. How old are you? All right, let me bring you in. All right. Convince me of evolution. I assume you're the same Colin.
Awesome. Well, I could start with vestigial organs. Do you know what those are?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so why do you think, if in your worldview, you think God like gave whales hoofs, right? Or is it that you understand that
Wait.
they evolved?
So the reason I should believe in evolution is because whales have an organ that you don't know what it does or the purpose of it. Therefore, God either made a stupid organ or evolution is true.
No, we know the purpose.
How do we know?
But it's the idea that like if you have a hoof within the flesh, because over time it slowly evolved or adapted to be better suited for water instead of land.
How do you know that?
Because we have the full fossil record, so we can easily look at sediment layers where these animals have died and how their bodies slowly changed.
Where's this fossil record?
It's all over the place. I mean, it's all over the world. What do you mean? Where is the fossil record?
You said you're convinced of this because we have the fossil record, so therefore you should have looked at the fossil record, seen the data, and been convinced of it. Where did you look?
What do you mean? I mean, you can see skeletons in multiple museums. Let's stick to the vestigial organ topic, though. So, why do you think like a whale would have like a hoofed leg inside its body? Like,
okay, so if I can't answer that question, that means evolution is true?
No, but it means that the idea of it. I want to understand. Well, yeah, I mean, it's a point of evidence towards that.
How?
It's one proof.
How?
And then many proofs make up the evidence.
How is it an evidence towards evolution?
A vestigial organ?
You see something. So, for example, what is it? The appendix. Everybody thought it was vestigial. And then we found out it had a use. For years, for decades, we thought it was vestigial. And then we found out the use for it and the purpose for it.
Well, that's why I picked a hoof. Because, you know, a whale having a hoofed leg within its flesh that isn't used for anything very clearly.
So your argument is, I see this thing this whale has. I don't see a use for it. Therefore, evolution.
No. Okay, so what about you know how humans have a tailbone? Did you know some people are actually born with a little bit of a tail? still to this day.
So people are born with a little bit of a line coming out of their butt. Therefore, what?
It's so in your worldview. I'm trying to
This sounds
meet
like
you.
this sounds like a consequentialist type of argument, right? Like your worldview has to be true because if my worldview is true, God wouldn't make us to have deformities.
Well, no, it wouldn't be a deformity. I mean, I guess you could call it that if you want to, but it's more just proof of where we came from. Does that make sense?
Like what? Usually when people want to convince me of evolution, they just give me these grandiose stories, but never give me any actual data or evidence. Okay, we see people who have some deformities, and therefore we conclude that they used to be monkeys, or a relation to a monkey. Sorry.
Well, I mean, monkeys would be like our cousin. We came from a common so like Neanderthals, right? Do you not believe in Neanderthals?
Again, you're trying to convince me of evolution. It sounds like you're just asking me a bunch of questions and being like, "Hey."
Well, I want to understand where your stance is, because you're saying like, where's the fossil record?
Evolution. I don't know anything about Neanderthals. All I've been told about Neanderthals is that they existed. I haven't looked at any data. Have you?
I've looked into it a little bit. I have a large amount of Neanderthal DNA, so I think that's kind of interesting.
How do you know you have Neanderthal DNA?
Do you know how computer code works with various functions? DNA is similar, where it's the blueprints for how things are created or not created. So we can look at certain fossils, see the DNA
you're
that's
telling me
in
all
them,
the things that we can do. How do you know you have Neanderthal DNA?
Well, do you know what the scientific method is?
Yes, I know what the scientific method is.
Okay, you apply the scientific method to these various things, and then if you can
great,
or recreate
fantastical story. How did you figure out that you had Neanderthal DNA?
Well, you take a cheek swab, and then you send that into a lab. They analyze your DNA, and then based on the different sequences, they can find similarities
that's what they did. What did you do?
Functions.
You took a cheek swab, you sent it off to some people, and they sent you back a piece of paper said you're part Neanderthal.
Yeah, the same way you do a water test, for example. Like if you want to test your water.
Okay. So for that's convincing enough to you that evolution exists because you took some DNA from your cheek, sent it to some people, you have no clue who they are, what their goals are, what their intent is, and they said, "Yep."
Well, no, I'm saying that you know. So do you not believe in like you can't not believe in DNA? That's like not believing in math.
I didn't say I didn't believe in DNA.
Okay, and then there's
but I'm saying
math
you're
that.
You're concluding things like speciation because some guys in a lab that you have no clue what they are, how they did it, what the mechanism is they used, said that you have Neanderthal DNA.
I mean, you can see it. Like there were, I think, at least 100 different hominoid species, but I'd argue there's 12 of them that really stand out. What?
Where can I see it?
Well, I mean, you can see it in the different. I mean, I don't like talking about this because I think it can lead to eugenics and other bad things. But just looking at different people from around the world, you can see physical differences.
Because I can look at different people and they're physically different. Therefore, we conclude a speciation.
No, I'm just saying well, it's proof alone that people adapt and evolve differently depending on their climate.
Adaptation is not speciation.
Okay, can you define speciation? Because I actually don't know what I haven't heard that term.
Yeah, speciation is a change in species to the point where like one is not the same as the other, to the point where they can like be crossbred. It's not even like within the same realm. So, for example, a fish and a monkey are not the same species, but you'd have to argue that monkeys eventually came from fish or some form of fish. Like the argument of like what entails from evolution is that everything that is living all comes from the same organism because we share DNA with banana, we share DNA with frogs, we share DNA with literally everything, and we all have the same four building blocks of life. So therefore, we all came from the same thing, whatever that might be. And then you'd have to make an argue for abiogenesis as well and how that came to be, and we have zero to little data about that. So everybody who laughs at me like you did in the comments, and you're a lot nicer coming up, right, about being like, oh, you don't believe in evolution. Well, the truth is I'm agnostic about evolution because I haven't looked at all the data. And I hate to break it to you, neither have you. You just trust what people have told you.
Well, you have to have a certain level of trust in the scientific method. And then the whole idea is
you don't even know the
that
method that they use to conclude it.
Well, I mean, I've studied, for example, how RNA first formed. So we've successfully built or shown how RNA can form on its own, and then the RNA leads to DNA. So we can show how
So we've turned
life would have
RNA into
started.
DNA.
What?
We've turned RNA into DNA. We made life from non-life. We've done abiogenesis.
Yes.
Really?
In a lab.
Wow.
Yeah. You can look it up.
Yeah, I have. They haven't.
No, I promise you they've shown how radiation can form RNA, and then the RNA can become DNA, and then it's the idea that from these very basic building blocks.
That's a heavy word. Can is a heavy word, right? So the last person who tried to make this argument that we made life from non-life quoted a whole bunch of papers and then actually lied and misquoted them because I went and read them live. And that's not what the paper said. They said this leads to the theory, right? This is what the first stepping stones to the theory of we can create life from non-life, or it's the stepping stones to it. But they didn't do it. They didn't recreate it. That did not happen.
To clarify, theory in the scientific world, like in a scientific paper,
not even that form of theory. There are different types of theory. I know theory can go all the way up to gravity, but it's like this. It's not conclusive. It's the starting idea that can lead into that idea.
Okay. But it doesn't change the fact that they have shown RNA form in a lab. They might have not gone from RNA to DNA because that would take maybe too much time, right? We're talking about scales of time that are hard, I think, for humans to comprehend. I mean, but if we're talking about like I don't know if it'd be 1 billion, but 100 million years, that's not something you can easily recreate in a lab. But you can show that the math says that would easily
you understand
happen.
there's a sense of irony to this as well, right? Because in order for them to produce it required intelligence. It required people to actually put the parameters in place. It required all of these things. Like, now, I'm someone who's a theistic evolutionist, but when we're talking abiogenesis, that's a different topic than evolution. Evolution is going to be how you evolve over time, whereas in the abiogenesis is going to be like how life began.
Yeah, I keep getting kind of dragged around. I mean, I think that starting with vestigial organs is a better place to kind of explain evolution, and then looking at fossils instead of saying the fossil record. Maybe I could just say fossils, because you believe that animals die, and then like in a tar pit, for example, you can find these skeletons, right?
What skeletons?
Well, I mean, for
skeletons
example,
did you look at to conclude evolution?
Well, there's really interesting ones. Like, for example, there was one, I don't remember his name, but they found him in, I think, Antarctica or somewhere far up north in a, like, basically an iceberg or in the ice sheet. Yeah, I thought it was really interesting. One of the things on him that is maybe a little tangential, but I think it's really cool, is they found a container with ash and such in it, and they were trying to understand where it came from. So I kind of went in on a deep dive on that, and I think it's most likely that he was carrying embers around on his back, meaning that starting fire was still kind of challenging for him, even though he had a copper, I believe, or it wasn't bronze, but yeah, copper. He had a copper hatchet, which was kind of shocking for a lot of the scientific community, because they didn't think metalworking went back that far. But at the same time, it's not too shocking to think that he may have traded for it or gotten it.
You found bones where he carried ashes and a metal hatchet, and you conclude evolution?
Well, no, it wasn't bone. I mean, in this case, it was actually a full. He had flesh. He had the clothing he was still wearing, but then also, but he was. I don't know what branch he belonged to, but I mean, he was. You were able to see how he didn't match.
I just want to address this comment real quick. It's funny when Christians resort to, but did you find the fossils yourself? It's almost like you're getting the satirical point there. Anyways, go ahead.
Yeah. Can I run you through something as well? So this is, I'm guessing you're not a Christian or a theist or something. You're right.
Yeah.
Okay. So, have you ever heard of the EAAN?
No.
Okay, so this is involved with evolution. So
Are you doing the Ian argument?
Ian.
Sorry.
Are you doing the Ian argument?
Ian,
what's the argument you're doing? What's EEAN? Just give me the acronym. I want to stop you if you're going to do it.
Oh, evolutionary arguments against naturalism?
Yeah, the whole where we not evolved for rational behavior.
Oh, you're going to stop me?
Yeah, because that's not the point of the argument. That's a different argument.
Oh, I know it is.
Why are you shifting the goalpost?
No, I was just going to ask him, like, what his position was.
Do I think we evolved to be rational?
Well, he started it now. Might as well finish it.
No, listen, I was 100%. I want to be clear. I'm 100% shifting the goalposts, but it's actually not my goalpost to shift because I haven't been talking to him. So I'm starting a new football.
He's just going to interject and start a completely different conversation or topic.
Well, I definitely think we evolved to be rational. It's just hard because then there's 2 points I guess I'm trying to make, but okay with that.
I'll let you pick because right now I'm about to go back to the organs because you just kind of threw that out there like it was a fact and let it sit in the air. So you pick which one you want to do.
Yeah, I'm happy to keep talking about vestigial organs. I could even talk though about how I believe we evolved to believe in a God to begin with, and then how that in a way is rational. It's just not.
Well, then that sounds like you want to argue both, which you said you didn't want to do.
No, I'm happy to talk about both. I'm sorry if I didn't make that clear. I'm just saying it's going to be harder on me. I'm okay with a bit of a challenge.
You've been nice. Like I want to give you you pick, man. If you want to do both, we'll do both. If you want to do one, we'll do one. If you want to do John's, we'll do John's. If you want to do mine, we'll do mine.
You talked to him. You talked to him for a while. Talk to me. Talk to me, buddy.
Okay. Well, yeah. I'll let you pick. I think that'll be more fun. And let's just stick to one.
Okay. So here's the idea.
He said you'll let you pick, and you just started. Go ahead, John.
John
you
picked.
Idiot.
He picked.
He picked. He said he'll let me pick, right? Or was he talking to Big John? Wait, were you talking to Big John or me?
I guess I was talking to both of. Oh man, I think I was. Let's let Big John pick, and then we'll go from there.
Yeah, he
I
is
like that nickname too.
I said go ahead, John. I picked.
Okay. All right. So here's the idea of the EAN. It's the evolutionary argument against naturalism, which we. Oh, I hear myself.
That was my bad. I meant to turn my flashlight off. I turned my phone up.
Okay. So P1 would be something like this, and it's going to be a little informal. I'm going off memory, but P1 would be something like this: if evolution and naturalism are both. No, it's going to be fast. If evolution and naturalism are both true, then we have very little reason to think that our minds are rationally aimed at truth. The reason for this, for example, right? Evolution is about survivability. It's
Oh my God, John, you take 7 years to do the argument. Just do it quickly. Let's go.
I'm justifying P1. Do you not want me to justify P1?
I want you to stop talking like you're giving a freaking philosophical argument at a university. We're running a show here, bro.
Oh my gosh. Okay, listen. Evolution leads us to survival, but survival does not equal truth. Okay?
Yeah.
So for example, if you have a person, and I'm sorry, I'm not yelling at you. John just makes me yell at people. So if you have a person back in the past, right, who's like a Neanderthal, and you say, okay, they look at some berries and they say, oh, well, those berries are.
Yeah, no, if anything, here, if I could jump in, let's say you have a Neanderthal sitting around a campfire and he hears a rustling in the bushes. He'll have a higher survivability if he assumes it's something bad Like he's like, okay, that could be a bear, that could be a I don't know if they had, but it could be a wolf, any of these kind of things. So he's rationally going to assume that over the fact that it could just be a squirrel or something.
Okay, so but here's the idea, right? The survivability, if you can get the same result of survivability, does it require truth?
No. So that's the problem. You can use logical thinking and stuff, but naturally people are going to assume I think that's where God comes from. Is people have things they don't know, and then you want to answer those unknowns with a known, which is irrational. It's more rational to just say I don't know.
Can you rationally depend on that? I don't know. How do you tell me that it's rational to say I don't know? What are you relying on there?
Well, like for example, saying like there's a man in the sky.
No. What are you relying on to come to that conclusion? You're missing my argument.
To say I don't know?
Yeah.
It's like a kid. He can be afraid of a monster under his bed.
Again, example. What are you relying? There's no example needed here. What is it that's giving you that information that you don't know?
That you don't know?
Yeah.
In the case that you don't know, you wouldn't have enough information to know. You'd be given a small amount of information.
So you said it's the only rational position is to say I don't know, and I ask you how do you know that you don't know? Right now you're trusting your rationality and you're trusting your brain, which all came from evolution, which we just agreed you can't trust.
Well, no, okay. So what I would try to do, and this comes from philosophy and time, because we have the ability to communicate, we can write things down. We've gotten to the point where we have things like Boolean algebra. So I'm not saying everything is a true or false statement, but you could rationally use that Boolean algebra. But there are times where you have like a middle ground, and then that middle ground makes things a lot harder. Like we were talking,
but you're presupposing the rationality there. You're presupposing we're rational creatures. How do you even know that?
Well, once again, I don't think that we're perfectly rational. I think that we evolved to like memorize plants. Like, okay, this plant is poisonous, this plant isn't. I think we evolved to have more tribal dynamics. But
what I mean by rational creatures is we have the capacity for rationality.
Yeah.
Okay, how do you know that?
Because just looking at a plant and saying this one's poisonous and this one isn't involves a certain level of rational thinking.
Yeah, but again, how do you know that your whole evolutionary system isn't just lying to you for survivability? How do you know we have the capacity for truth at all? That's John's point.
Well, like I just said, we know if something's poisonous or not.
Okay, but think
without a
about
doubt.
that. Think about the poisonous example. Okay, so for example, you agree ancient people were very primitive. Right? What if every time that they ate a certain berry, they just believed that the gods cursed them for eating that berry and they didn't associate it with poison at all? Right? Every time I eat this red berry on this tree, I die. Why do I die? I die because the gods hate me touching these red berries and so they kill me.
Well, there were certain unknowns where that did definitely take place. Like there's a tribal community being studied right now for their religion, and I found it really interesting.
Exactly,
because they didn't understand.
That belief though isn't truth apt, right? It's only based off of we ought not touch this tree because the gods will kill us, and this has nothing to do with truth or rationality. It has everything to do with survivability. So we can get survival of the fittest and we can get survivability from evolution, but there's no reason that we should say evolution and naturalistic evolution produces like truth tracking capabilities.
So what it does do is it gives up. So I don't necessarily disagree with what you're saying. What I'm trying to get at though is like, from my stance. So let me give you this example. I was gonna, because I think it's really interesting once again. Anyway, so because there's a whole bunch of religions in the world, right? We're just talking about one. But this one, for example, it's a tribal community where they live on a volcanic mountain, and they were convinced that if you went into the low valley at a certain time of day, the gods would punish you. Basically, there's like a demon that lives there, and they had these stories where they had mapped out the different areas, and they had explained, okay, this is where the demon is at this time, this is where it is at that time. And the more the researchers dug in, they found that they were actually essentially mapping where the volcanic gases were going. So it was the kind of thing where it's exactly like what you're saying. They go into a low valley, they say someone dropped dead for no apparent reason, and they say, okay, well, this god did that. We shouldn't, and then over time they learn that, okay, there must be like a demon or something, because they didn't have the ability easily, through the evolutionary means that they had at that time to understand volcanic gases. That doesn't mean that over time we can evolve to understand what volcanic gases are and then how they work.
I don't think you understand the argument really, because the argument is this, right? If we are evolved for survivability, that's what evolution does. It's intended to drive us on to the next thing, to the next thing, to the next thing. There's no reason to believe that we actually have the ability to come to truth claims at all, right? There's no justification for it. There's no reason to believe that we evolved towards that end. So when you say that we did the scientific method and we discovered these things, the problem is we have to ultimately rely and trust on one component, and that component is our rational mind, our brain. But if the rational mind and the brain are lying to us, it very well may be that the scientific method is just nonsense.
Well, that's the whole idea of the scientific method. So the scientific method, you said you understood, but the whole idea, just to reiterate, is you're coming up with a hypothesis and then you're testing it, and then you have to repeatedly be able to get the same result. So I'm not saying it's perfect, but it's those kind of principles.
I don't know how the point keeps flying over your head. It's way over there.
No, I mean, I hear what you're saying. I feel like I might not be explaining my stance the best.
Steelman our position.
Well, no, I'm trying to explain mine maybe better. So what I'm trying to say is you're not wrong.
I want you to steelman our position.
Okay, so I think what you're saying is if we evolved for survival, survival isn't always rational, right?
No, what we're saying is...
Sorry, Lil John, my bad.
All right. No, let him finish, because he was still giving the steelman. He was cut off. He stopped because of the super.
Well, he said right. It was a question at the end of what he just said.
Yeah. I mean, I
thought it was rhetorical.
I want you to know I'm not trying to steelman you either. I genuinely am trying to understand your stance as well. Like I'm enjoying the understanding your beliefs and then hopefully sharing mine.
So the scientific position is the idea, like to quote Neil deGrasse Tyson, is to remove as much as the human element as possible and see if you get consistent results. Therefore, it must be truth. The problem is, again, if we're evolved for survivability, how do we even know consistent results even equals truth in the first place? Because that could be a mechanism of rationality that's just purely for evolution for survival. Because if we consistently say, hey, if I can repeat this test over and over again, I can control elements, I survive longer. That doesn't mean that we're aligned towards truth.
Yeah, no, I fully agree. I'm not disagreeing with that.
Okay.
What I'm saying is that truth and rationale can be separate. So we can know certain truths while still not being perfectly rational beings.
No. How could we know truths? That's the problem. How can you know anything is true?
I'm confused.
That's what I'm saying. I don't think
it goes a little bit beyond just repeatedly testing it.
No. Why did your brain evolve in such a way, right? This is the fundamental question. Why does our brain evolve in such a way to which it evolves for truth? It evolves to produce truth in our beliefs, in like us able to doing any sort of method whatsoever, scientific, historical, it doesn't matter. Our rational cognitive faculties have evolved in such a way that produces truth tracking beliefs. But truth tracking beliefs are not necessary for evolution, because
Well, I would argue that
all you need is survivability.
Once again, I'd argue that we didn't, like most people, I would say, aren't wired to find truth. They're wired to find maybe patterns, right?
No,
but patterns
we're
aren't
all
truth.
wired. No. We're all wired to find truth in the sense that we can identify like the state of affairs. Now, it doesn't mean that we're going to do it in all circumstances. We can come to false conclusions. That's fine. But the point is that when we say that something is true, right? If I say it is true you and I are having this conversation, it is true that, when it rains, I get wet, right? All of these sorts of things, they're not necessary for the evolutionary process. They're completely going to be just like arbitrary consequences.
Well, I mean, we would, I don't, like once again, we would evolve to know if we're having a conversation. That involves being conscious or self-aware.
Yeah, but how do you produce the self? How does evolution? Why does evolution produce the self-awareness?
That's something really cool. I've tried studying, so I'll try to explain it, but by no means am I a professor or anything. But I mean, if you look at a single-celled organism, it's going to need to know whether it's in the light or out of the light, in the water, out of the water. So we have this very basic kind of Boolean algebra in our brain, right? And then that when you get to something as large as a human, where we have eyes, ears, touch, we can use all those things to come to certain conclusions. Once again, I don't think that means that we're perfectly rational when it comes to it. Like a lot of people feel.
Can we stop there? Can we define rationality?
Yeah, for me, it's being able to just kind of like automatically do that Boolean algebra, which I think most people can't do. I think most people have to kind of sit there and write out their statements in order to actually do logic.
This is where I think we've got lost. So you're arguing that some people can rationalize, some people can't. To rationalize is to simply just sit and reason towards a truth. Now you're arguing that most humans can't do that.
Well, not instinctively. No, I'm saying I don't think we evolved.
Do we have the capacity to? Does every human on Earth have the capacity to sit and reason towards truth?
Yeah. If they study enough.
Okay, why are we evolved towards that end?
I think a big part of that ties more into memetics and how memetics evolves. But I think like humans didn't evolve to be rational. Once again, I think it's more that we evolved to hear rustling in the bush and make an assumption about it.
You said we are rational. You just conceded that. And then 2 seconds later,
we have the ability to be.
If we have the ability to be, it means we've evolved with the capacity to do so. Just like I can't fly because I don't have the ability. So having the capacity means we're evolved for rationalization, which means I have the components of capacity to rationalize.
So I think there's a jump that we share ideas and we can use those ideas to come to rational conclusions, but we don't naturally just know the rational conclusion.
Hold on, John. I need to land this plane. Do all humans have the capacity to rationalize?
Yes.
Okay, therefore, all humans are rational creatures.
I don't know if I don't know if I agree with I think there's a jump there.
There's a creature
there's not a jump. Where the jump is.
If you're a creature that can rationalize, you're a rationalized creature. Just like a fish. All fish have the capacity to swim. Therefore, they're all swimming creatures, right? A bird has the capacity to fly. Therefore, they're all flying creatures. You may have a bird that's born with like no wings. That doesn't mean that it's a creature with the capacity to fly. Like it's within that realm, that nature. So humans are of a rational nature. We agree.
I'd say we are wired towards survival, and that survival doesn't always translate into rational thinking.
All humans have the capacity to rationalize?
Seeking would be appropriate, and pattern seeking can be rational.
Do all humans have the capacity to rationalize?
Yes.
Therefore, humanity is a rational nature.
No.
Dog, how you
I don't know where there's a big jump you're making there.
If all humans have the capacity to rationalize, then humans are part of our rational nature.
Maybe a better way to explain it is like anyone can do calculus. That doesn't mean everyone can do calculus.
Can every human on planet Earth learn how to do calculus?
Yes.
Great. So we all have the capacity for calculus,
Yes.
which is a form of rationality. So therefore, we're a rational kind.
No, everyone has the ability to learn patterns. That doesn't mean.
I really don't know how you're not getting this. If humanity has the capacity to do something, they are part of that kind. A kind means within your species, which means humans have evolved for rationality because all humans have the capacity to do so. If we lacked, like if I had the brain of my cat, my cat can't rationalize. So it does not have the capacity to rationalize. Did not evolve for that stature. We did evolve for rationalization. Right now, the problem is evolution does not entail that we should evolve towards rationalizing and looking for truth. That's the whole point of the argument.
It does, because we would want to know, once again, like the poisonous bush, we want to know if berries are poisonous, if not. And then we also, beyond that, want to be able to say, okay, they took
we don't
this
need to
poisonous berry.
We don't need to know
where the medicine
bush is
is.
poison. We don't need to know it's poison. We could simply rationalize that when I eat berry, God in sky make me die. And that's perfectly fine. That's not true. But that would entail survivability.
With the pattern seeking, we're able to not, like, I hear, and there are people that feel that way. I mean, there's people that think like God gives people cancer
but those
and other
people
things.
Have the capacity to rationalize out of it. That's the issue.
Exactly.
That's not an... All right, appreciate you. I'm getting frustrated now.
Well, it is that time anyway.
Yeah.
Why?
That exactly at the end. I'll go for 20 more minutes, John, and Abby, you can go.
Oh.
I started a little late anyways.
Okay. Are you coming in with me today?
Am I coming in with you?
Or are you coming in?
I have a lot of work to do. I got to
Okay.
do 2 thumbnails, and then I have to do that kick profile. So
Yeah.
I don't know.
I don't
gotta
know.
do 3 thumbnails now. I'm 3 behind.
I don't know if Coach is here anyway.
Yeah, well, yeah, I don't really want to go if he's not here. Can you text me and let me know? And I see if I can find a way in.
Yeah, but I wouldn't know until...
So it's too late?
Why don't you just have like AI do your thumbnails? Like you used to.
Because they look terrible.
Oh, you should also watch my short when you're done.
Okay, I got it. Oh, and I also got to post the shorts. I haven't posted on my end. You've been posting on yours though, right?
Yeah.
I'm glad I'm a pastor and not an apologist.
I apologize. I just like he was nice enough. Like in the chat, he was like talking shit, and then he came up. He was a nice enough guy, but I don't know how he wasn't getting what I was saying there. Like it was just going over his head. And the throw out the exactly at the end was like that contradicts everything that you were just saying. And I had to go because I was going to start yelling.
Yeah. Yep. I saw the face turn colors. You're changing colors. Your cholesterol is rising.
Yeah. Well, if I have no guests, then I probably will call it a day. I will call it a day.
You have no guess?
I know. No guess. So yeah, let's call it a day. Let's call it a day. Our Father is in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us of our debts as we also forgive our debtors, and lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Lord, you are good. I ask that you guide everybody that we've been having conversations with, especially the good faith people, the one that seem to be genuinely seeking out truth into the knowledge of who you are. But Lord, even the people that go against you and despise you for who you are, I ask that you change their heart and draw them into the knowledge of who you are as well. If we're if we're wrong in what we do, correct us. But if those who come against us are wrong, or correct them. Forgive us of our sins, be patient with us, and give us grace, and give us all the opportunity to share the gospel. In Jesus' name, amen. In the name of the Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit. God is good. All right, guys, you know what to do if you want to help support this channel. For example, we're going to go live tomorrow. That live will be for members only content. That members only content will be found at bigjohnsteel.com, bigjohnsteel.com. Here you can get access to the members only content, right? Like we did the Sam Shamoon debate here. We did another thing on evolution. We had a big thing on that. And then we had this, which is pretty gross. There's a whole bunch of other stuff in there. I'm not actually a member to my own site yet, so I don't have access to it. There's several packages that you can do. You can do $5 to up to $100 a month. It all gives you the same access. It's just how much you want to support this channel, this not a ministry, this entertainment, how much you like this entertainment. It is all there. If you also, we're doing a D&D session on the 18th. John, do you want to play?
What date? What?
The 18th.
No, I'll be in Cuba.
Okay, so we're doing a D&D session on the 18th. We're going to pick out the first people to play with us. So it's a chance for me to get to know you guys. They're going to be single session goes, like Bob. You have to join the Discord to play it. So here's the link to the Discord as well. You can get that over on YT. So Big John Steele on YT. Discuss, debate, ask for prayers, play games, D&D, or find resources for studying. That is all there as well. And so the D&D session is a chance for me to get to know you guys a little bit better because you guys get to know me. I don't get to know you. And so there'll be one-shot campaigns where we'll do different groups of people every single time. And we'll try to do a beginning, middle, and end in that session. So we'll finish that session in that day. And you don't have to make a character. We can make a character for you. We will try to pick 1 or 2 characters every time that is going to know the rules of the game to kind of help us move along. But mostly we'll try to pick new people every time. With that being said, what am I forgetting for plugs? Thank you for everybody who gave the super chats today. Help us go over top of our goal. You guys have been more than generous to this channel. It has been really appreciated, especially in the slow seasons of the summer. Usually summer is a lot harder for YouTubers. So I appreciate you guys keeping us going. We will be back live on Wednesday for the debates. Tomorrow for reactions. I got to find something that we're going to react to tomorrow. But yeah, God bless you guys. We'll see you all next time. If you have any questions or anything, come over to YT. I'm going to spend about 5-10 minutes over there on YT answering questions. All right, John, anything you want to say?
No, I'm good, bro.
All right, God bless, man.
God bless. Peace.
We got to figure out a way to get entice more guests to come up. We got to figure out something. Because right now, not a whole lot of people coming up. Mainly, maybe I got to start letting up the terrible people and get more of the drama. God bless you too. Go back to Muslims.
No! God, please, no! No!
Why didn't that show up? Oh, I think it's only... Hold on.
No! God, please, no! No!
Why isn't it showing up on the screen? What did I do now?
Hold on.
What did I do now? Where is it gone? Where did it go? No, that's... Things always just freaking change, man. Things always just change. That is so silly.
Hold on.
Where did it go? You guys can hear it though, right? You guys can hear it. But just all of a sudden, no, it's not on the second monitor. No. Just all of a sudden it's like, no, I'm not going to show up anymore. That's so silly. Yeah, they should be showing up.
Hold on.
Yeah, well, that's just like...
Yeah, they just vanished. What the heck, man? What the heck? I probably got to restart OBS or something. Now it's... Oh, now it's just there. Oh, I know what happened. It's because I put in the new graphics card, so I got to reinstall the NVIDIA background removal on each one of them. Watch. I'll fix it. I'll show you right here. NVIDIA background removal. Boom. And turn down the threshold. Wow. It just doesn't work anymore. Just doesn't work anymore. What? That dog. That's another thing I got to do tonight then. Is get that fixed. Well, that's just a whole list of work I got to do. Mr. 5080, yep. Yeah, we got a 5080. We got a warehouse deal on it, which was kind of great. And it's pretty awesome. It's pretty awesome. But the craziest thing, you know what the craziest thing? The 5080 still can't run things on Macs. Still can't run things on Mac. So I tried to run The Witcher 3 on Mac settings, and I couldn't get. I was getting 50 frames. So I was like, my goodness gracious, 5080 can't do this. What are they doing with these games nowadays? They're really relying on DLSS and frame gen. That 5080 is going to take half of John's electricity bill. That's actually not bad. It's not bad for power consumption. Told you 5070 Ti. The 5080 is going to push more power than the 5070 Ti 100% of the day. And I got one for the same price of the 5070 Ti. Yeah, DLSS reliance is hurting quite a bit. But granted, you know, when I throw DLSS on and I put on frame gen, I'm getting like 160 frames, which is crazy. The hardware is going to get lazy because of DLSS. Yeah. Yeah, but like, listen. Funky gifted us 007, which is because he had a backup copy from when he bought his 5080, and I was playing that. Oh my god, it looks so good. It looks so good. I have to have DLSS on, and I have to have. I don't have to have frame gen. I put it on because I want to just get it a boost. But I could get 60 frames with everything maxed and DLSS. I also have a 5K monitor, so that does a lot of it too. If I had a 1440p or a 4K monitor, it wouldn't be as bad, but a 5K monitor takes a lot of juice. But yeah, no, it looks beautiful. It looks great on it. Did you also get a matching CPU and other part? Maybe the other part's problem. No, it's not CPU. No, CPU does the job sufficiently. I could use a beefier CPU, but it pairs wonderfully. I did a lot of research. A lot of research. The only thing that I could upgrade is my power supply, but because the power supply I have is like a gold standard one, I didn't need to upgrade it. Norway one, I have no clue what you're talking about. No clue what you're going to talk about there. Yeah, maybe do abortion topics. The best thing too about this I was going to talk about is going to be the multi-streaming, because it's got two encoders where the 470 only have one. So it's really going to help these live streams. I think this is probably one of the smoothest and probably the best quality live stream we've ever had, because I bumped everything up. So it's probably, I haven't had any drop frames or any issues the whole time, which has been great. Sometimes we get drop frames and things like that. 3060 Ti is great. It's great. Like if what did I had? The 4070 would have been fine if I was just gaming and using my 1440p monitor, which I would have done. But we needed the monitor space for editing, and we also needed it for encoding and running DaVinci Resolve and all those things. So it became one of those things where my job benefited my personal life. Because I needed it for work, but it also benefits the fact that I like to play video games. So it's one of those win-win situations. But if I was just playing video games, I would have kept the 4070 and that would have been fine. Yeah, we're speaking Chinese. You have no clue what we're saying. Just words. I have more if you love Jesus. What? You have all your GPUs for work. LOL. Yeah. Well, yeah. Listen. DaVinci, like editing software, is heavy, man. I was trying to edit on the 4070 and I added some features and my computer like bogged it down. Finished. I'm shutting it down.
Kiss you.
Huh?
I need to kiss you.
You're so cute. Look at you. So cute. So you finally got around to Bond? Yeah, like I said, because of Funky had an extra copy and gifted it, which was great. It's such a good game. I'm actually like, I got to go do a bunch of work right now and I don't want to. I want to go play the game. You're making me feel like an insufficient streamer. I have, LOL, I have no idea what any of that means. LOL. Listen, you don't need any of that stuff. If you want to start streaming, you start like I did. This was my stream setup. My cell phone here on a stand and a ring light I bought at Walmart. And I did that for years. Right. And eventually you start upgrading and adding on things and improving your quality and trying to make it better. And our goal is to have one of the best streams on YouTube. And that's going to take investment. You got to reinvest back into yourself. Yeah. I wouldn't pay You know, now that I've played 007, I actually think it's worth full price. I didn't think so before I got it, but now that I played it, I'm like, it's full price. It's worth the full price. If I ever started streaming, my dog would interfere every 5 seconds. Fair enough. My wife interferes.
Not really.
I'm picking on you. That's a leap. Psychological studies show that behavior is mostly learned for one. The second still haven't established how environment can influence the pursuit of truth thinking. I think you're arguing with someone else. The stream is awesome. Thank you. Appreciate it. That is the goal. That is the goal. You should read supers. I thought I got them all. Oh, I didn't. Oh, thank you. I would have left without reading them all. John has a ministry of keeping us all as idiots from causing problems on other live streams and stuff. It's truly keeping us from giving Christianity a bad name somewhere else. Big John attracts trolls because he got rid of his yee-ass haircut, and now all the trolls have left the brain surgeon they were dating for him. That was a bad haircut at the time. Massive hole in your argument is that you're assuming God is choosing the oh no, we got that one. Out of all the ways you could have choreographed a dance, it's less likely that you did it that way, so it's more likely it was randomized process. You kind of got a point, yeah. Cough, cough. Sorry, Little John. My bad. Here's my coins. Hopefully it interrupts Little John. Sorry, I didn't do it. Little John and John, either of you got advice from me about me going to talk to a girl at my church? Sure. Be honest and upfront with why you're talking to her, right? Don't go into the guise of I just want to be your friend, right? Just walk up, say, hey, my name is blah, blah, blah. I think you're cute and I'd like to take you out for a cup of coffee. You don't say the cute part. Just say, I'd like to take you out for a cup of coffee or whatever. Just be up front and then have a first date. And then your first date is an interview process. You need to figure out if you want to be with that person. A lot of people think first date is you got to impress the person so that they want to be with you. There is an aspect of that. You do have to do that. But the first date is you got to figure out if you want to be with that person. Both people should be going in there with the intent to figure out, is this somebody I want to spend the rest of my life with as a Christian? And then your second date and third date, you get to know each other a bit more. And then I think after the third date, you got to figure out, yep, let's date. And let's figure out if we're compatible. Then, because you don't know if they're lying, telling the truth. Spend a year dating. After a year dating, ask them to marry you if you're still interested. And then spend a year in engagement and then get married. That's my advice. Be honest upfront. Remember, you are the prize, my friend. You need to figure out if that's somebody you want to be with. A lot of people, I think a big mistake with dating is that they go out and they really want to impress the person that they asked out. And so their only focus is just trying to do everything you can to impress that person. You are who you are and be the person, like obviously, don't be farting in front of them, but be the person that you would be when you're married to them. Be yourself. You want action. You want action debate, Christian on denomination. Abby won't let me. Let me know if you want to have a talk on evolution. Everybody's welcome to come up on it. Everybody's welcome to come up. We might do an evolution day. All right, folks, I'm going to go. God bless you, and we'll see you all next time.
Attention, test subjects. The crusade has concluded. Statistically, most of you survived. That number is higher than projected, so congratulations are technically in order. I want to thank each of you for your participation. Not because it was appreciated, the data will determine that later, but because company policy requires positive reinforcement regardless of actual performance. Let's review some highlights. Several of you showed remarkable dedication. Others showed up. Both are being logged as participation. Because apparently we're not allowed to distinguish between them anymore. To the individual who asked, is this mandatory? Yes, it was mandatory. It remains mandatory. Retroactively, to the person who brought snacks, thank you. You have been promoted to Provisional Morale Officer. This is not a paid position. It was never going to be a paid position, and to everyone who completed the crusade without significant injury, structural damage, or triggering an incident report, well done. You are, and I cannot stress this enough, exactly what we hoped for, adequate now. About next time, yes, there will be a next time. I know some of you were secretly hoping the crusade was a one-time event, like a natural disaster or a bad decision made at a company retreat. It was not. It is, in fact, an ongoing initiative, and your continued involvement has already been assumed, scheduled, and in some cases contractually implied, so mark your calendars. Bring your friends. Bring your enemies, frankly, we're not picky and neither is the sign-up sheet. We look forward to doing this again, and by look forward to, I mean the outcome is inevitable, and your feelings on the matter, while noted, will not be a factor. Thank you for participating. Thank you for surviving, and thank you in advance for coming back. The crusade is over. The next crusade begins immediately.